7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, a program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers. Loved that Rascal Puff on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to get involved on the program by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, by calling in Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and of course, opening up your YouTube app, then you type in TMASTL, you subscribe to the program, and then there's a chat, Doug, where you can talk to Jake and St. Genevieve, John Scores, Willy Wonka.
Oh, sure.
Joey's Churned Butter, MD 2020, Spicy So. They're all in there, and they're all talking it over because they want to know about Greg Vaughn's wedding.
Oh, they don't. Well, the wedding was fine. It was great. It was perfect.
Jeez, went off without. You sound like I annoyed you by asking.
Well, it went off.
Tim, leave him alone.
I know.
Went off without a hitch. Everything was perfect. The golf on Friday, perfect weather. Had a great time. Rehearsal dinner there at the Visitor Center at Forest Park. That went off well.
The Norman K. Probstein Center. Is that correct, Jackson? Am I right on that? You were an employee there, were you not?
I was. 5 summers. The
Jackson's
big
telling
banquet
you were
hall.
wrong.
Yeah, they got a big banquet room.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it worked
So
well.
Jackson knows where the wedding was. You don't. Why?
Well, that's where it was. It's called the Visitor Center now.
No, Visitor Center is different than...
You son of a sack ass.
That's different.
So you were there, Jackson.
Visitor
You were
Center-
there on Friday?
Visitor
Were you at
Center's...
the wrong wedding, Doug?
No, I was at the Visitor Center.
I'm with the Vaughn party. That's by the
we were-
tennis courts.
Yes, we were not at the golf course.
No, even though you're
Pro
close
shop.
to the golf course.
Sure, but that's not why we were.
It's
We're
close
at the Visitor Center.
Tim, 6 Dogwood. It's close to 6
I now
on
know where
Dogwood.
Doug's talking about. It's over there. I think they had some wall ball or handball over there by the tennis. Yeah, that's different, Jackson.
The History Museum's right there.
Yeah, but that's not the Norman Probstein.
No one needs to tell me
Who
about
is this
Forest Park.
Probstein? Why is he chirping?
Norman K.
Butting his nose into our wedding.
So you were at the handball courts over there at
We were
Francis
doing not
Park.
the handball courts next to it.
You're on the
Visitor
running
Center
track.
used to be the golf course pro shop years ago
Really?
before they redid everything.
Got it.
But they've redone it now, and there's a great banquet center there.
Sure.
Was Norman
That's
there?
where it was.
Was Norman actually
Well, he
there?
wasn't there. I wouldn't know if I saw him.
Did he speak?
He didn't say a word.
I went to a wedding there last fall.
At
Did you
Norman
really?
Probstein or
No,
at the
sir,
event
at
center?
the Visitor Center. Tim, isn't there a handball court in Francis Park?
There is. I just said that. What are we in a time warp?
Is there? Okay.
Yeah, it was a hotbed of light hand play.
That's what I
How many
remember
people
about
still
it.
play handball?
Martin?
It was like a big South City. Francis Park had a handball wall.
I'm telling you, it's the third time it's been brought up.
A long time. Did Tim say that?
I didn't know.
Let's start the show over.
What about squash?
I don't know about
Squash wouldn't be a
squash.
Southside thing.
It's too bad Francis Park doesn't put in a handball court.
Francis Park used to have a pool.
Oh, they did?
Did you know that?
What happened to it? No.
Polio, I hear tell.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So going back to the 30s or 40s?
Polio?
They were a little behind on their vaccines at Francis Park.
Absolutely.
Polio?
Yeah, there used to be a
God.
pool right by the handball courts.
Oh,
I don't
Doug,
mean to
how
be
was-
insensitive, but
Doug,
people
how was the
jumping in this
wedding?
pool and getting polio?
I believe so.
Brutal.
no one got polio at the wedding.
Oh, that's good.
I'm exhausted already. God, this is more tiring than the wedding itself. And then the wedding went fine. That was
Yeah,
at the
great
Botanical
weather. You really had
Gardens.
good weather.
Yeah, by about 2 hours. Because there was a little bit of rain in the forecast for 6 o'clock, and that's when it started. But that kind of came and went. It was overcast, but warm enough to be outside at that hour. And then like an hour and a half, 2 hours after we're done, it's cold and on high winds, and so we just barely made it.
Great, another hetero wedding. That's from Mr. Mudjack.
That's what it was. Straights. I went
The
to a wedding
audience
for...
wanted this to be a gay wedding. Unfortunately, though, it sounds like Doug's son married a lady.
He did indeed, yeah.
Would you like to apologize?
Straights, yuck.
Put that off.
That's what it was. That's
Dennis
what it was.
and Judith Jones Visitor Center. Jeez, that's from caller Ellen, who is frustrated that you didn't know where your son was.
I didn't know. I did know. I told you exactly where
But
it
then
was.
Jackson corrected you and told you it was the Norman K.
I was
Probst.
half listening at the beginning, and so you guys just kept talking about the golf course. I was like, yeah, I
We're
used
so
to work
worried
there.
about these damn handball courts.
Francis Park.
Visitor Center right by those tennis courts.
Yeah, across the street from the Dwight Davis Tennis Center.
My mom once throughout the first serve, I guess, and not 2 minutes after she did that, a giant tornado went through town.
Oh, really?
Yeah, run for the hills is what we did.
Wow. Huh.
It's crazy.
Well, this building got hit
Probably
by the tornado.
2006.
This visitor center got hit by it.
Badly.
A lot of the roof got ripped off, but it's been
The
repaired.
Spanish tile up there. Yeah.
Hey, Doug, did you and your son share a dance at the reception? And if so, what was the song of choice? Thanks. That's
No.
Big Tough.
No, we did not have a father-son dance. We did not. Sorry. As I said, it was a wedding for the straights. I apologize for that. It's not very progressive, yet that's what it was.
I'd like you to take some time away. Maybe apologize on the Twitter tweets.
Okay. I feel like I need it. Just some time to kind of shake it off.
Just exhausting being back.
Guys, I made out with Stephen Wildwood at the handball courts in Francis Park. That's from Ray King.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Oh, the drops are back.
Oh.
That's pandering.
That is pandering.
That is pandering. You're
That is pandering.
I admittedly,
That's a meat and potatoes populist take.
was pandering to the people because papers had a quiet drops day because Monday was serious business.
It was.
That's right.
We really chopped it up.
We chopped it up. Jackson, tell us about this Stiefel dossier that you've prepared in honor of Greg Vaughn's wedding.
It is. This one goes to Greg. This one is a.
Is he listening with his bride?
Doubtful. Doubtful.
to go on honeymoon?
Well, they were at a wedding in Spain last month and took a vacation then for about a week and a half. And then they're going back to another wedding in Italy like next month, so they're going to count those as their
I
honeymoon.
think it's a
Man, I'll tell you, that's what we call St. Louis U High grad living.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Amen.
Speaking of which, we have a dossier that's loaded to the brim with.
Loaded to the brim. Fill it to the rim with brim. Is that a coffee ad? Am I right on that? Brim?
I believe
Brim
so,
coffee?
yeah. Folgers or one of those. But anyway, what do you got?
Like instant coffee?
I don't know what kind of coffee or what kind of handball courts they might have there.
What was that called? Senka? Wasn't that a thing?
You're doing a lot of YOLA here right now.
Are they still in business?
Senka?
I'll
I
look
think
it up.
so.
Go on,
I
you
think
proceed. I will look it up.
Kind of,
Proceed with this Stiefel dossier that now has a lot of attention on it.
it's all Senka talk. It's just instant coffee. I don't know. We got
Oh,
some stuff. Blues play tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Battle of the two worst teams in hockey.
Yeah.
Whoa. You can
Won't buy
catch it here on
records.
101 ESPN. Puck drop, Martin. 7.
Oregon State fired their coach like one game into the season, and now has fired their interim head coach after an
Nice patience.
0-8 campaign. So they have an interim head coach. I thought that was noteworthy. And then
Doug, the second story of today's program that was hyped up is the Oregon State football coach.
yep,
I didn't do much
interim.
reading about that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then Bob Iger went on the Manning cast, yet said nothing about YouTube TV. Just like went on because he's like a
The
Packers
media
fan.
in this town and the Manning brothers are soft.
I don't know. Oh, I mean, they certainly are employed by the man, so I assume.
I feel like they might be liquid.
I think that they have
I
a
don't
lot
know
more.
if they need the paycheck from.
No, I would doubt it. But it's just like, why would you have Bob Iger on amidst all of this?
What did he talk about?
Rams
Packers.
relocation.
Like he's like a big Packers fan. They just talked to him about the Packers. Who cares?
Okay.
Bob Iger,
There's a
not George
nervous
Clooney.
handler. Mr. Iger will be on momentarily,
Yes.
but if we could, let's just hold off on the YouTube dispute. We're working through that now. So if you could just avoid that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then, like, Robert Blake booked on the show. Don't mention the murder, please. Okay, sure, no problem.
Are you guys dressed in all black due to mourning because you got nothing to talk about and St. Louis teams are hot ass? That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. And Doug, I did notice. Now, Martin, I think you're in Navy.
This is a Marquette
That's Marquette.
blue.
But Jackson, Doug, and myself are all black everything. Black cars, all black everything. Am I correct on that? Was that Rihanna, Hove, Kanye? Am I correct on that?
I don't know.
2000, what do you think, 9?
Like to
Run
help
this
you.
town?
Don't know the
Sounds
answer.
I know that-
I'll say 10 because it gets me 9 and 11, but 8's live, so I'm a little worried about this one.
Run This
Martin is not
Town
wearing all
was
black,
on
though.
Blueprint 3, which came out 2009.
Hove is Jay-Z.
Correct.
Nailed it.
Sean Carter to you.
But what does it mean? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Jehovah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how
Clears it
does that fit in with it?
Jackson?
Doug?
Is he a Jehovah
I don't know what
Witness?
to ask.
Is he a Jehovah Witness?
Be
no.
surprised.
I would guess.
No.
Was he not at the? Was he at the Rams game because he represented
Todd Gurley.
Todd Gurley?
Sat right next to me.
You and Hove sat next to each other?
Sweet next to him, yeah. He was,
Sweet.
okay, all right,
Welcome
all right.
to Horton Watkins Living.
I feel like I've told this story before. They started playing public service announcement, and then the spotlight went on right next to the suite we're in. I was like, what the hell's going on? And there was Jay-Z.
And did he wave to the fans?
He did.
And what about Queen Bee?
Not present.
Would have thought she would have go to the old spaghetti factory.
I think
down
he
the
was
lane.
here for a good time, not a long time.
Like when Tom Brady wanted to call the XFL UFL championship.
Or when Dave Chappelle performed here.
Yeah, barely made it under curfew.
So I don't think he
What
was
were you doing in the suites?
Yeah, well, exactly, Doug. That's the right follow-up.
glad handing, canvassing.
You have your own suite at the stadiums around town?
No, I don't know why. That was the last home Rams game I ever went to. Sad.
And then there was Kevin Hart, who launched his movie here. Remember that? He came
Yeah. He was on the
with
sidelines.
Sandler, maybe, or I don't know who it was, but there were a couple of them, big stars.
Adam Sandler, Kevin Hart film, Jackson, what was it? You, of course, own and operate Movie Boy.
I'm not.
Sandler did a big thing with The Longest Yard because of Nelly.
No, that was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't Sandler, but Kevin Hart for sure, sidelines of a Rams game, launching a movie.
Was it with The Rock?
It's like
Might have been Central
2014-ish.
Intelligence. I gotta
Anyway,
actually
it was
Central
surprising because it was at the time the Rams were packing boxes in our city, and then all these big stars like Jay-Z and Kevin Hart are rolling through. Maybe just getting in early season tickets for L.A., perhaps. Perhaps. Can't talk about it then. Oh, Martin talking about the Rams again.
Is that a criticism?
Yep.
Really? You try to talk. Oh, nice win against the 49ers. Is that what it is?
Every time we have a surprise guest. Oh, what's it going to be? Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce,
It was Ice Cube, and Kevin Hart.
O'Shea
Ice
Jackson.
Cube, and Kevin Hart.
Yeah, for the movie Ride Along.
That's it.
Yeah, Doug, I know you don't like when. Are you not going to break down the top 15 matchup in Champaign tonight, Doug? I know you wanted to get to it in the Stiefel dossier. It's coming up, but if you want to get to it now.
Well, I look for a good game. You never know what can happen. The Illini can fill it up. If they can stay healthy, I think, and hit their free throws, I think they should win this one.
There you go.
That's about what I got for you for a preview. Who do they play?
Texas
Texas Tech. Illini, they
Raiders.
always play a killer non-conference. They always have fun, big games, non-conference. I enjoy that.
Why do you hate the showdown with Minnesota?
No, and Mizzou's got Kansas. They've got Illinois.
They travel to South Bend, Indiana.
Notre Dame, yeah, I don't mind it. They've got, I would maybe sprinkle in one more big one, just Premier, but not bad. Now, SLU, on the other hand, has a terrible non-conference schedule, and Coach Church will tell you, we try, nobody wants to play us.
Yeah.
They're kind of in that mid-major hell.
Regarding the Stiefel dossier, that's it? Are you serious? Kilcoyne, let me lick your forehead, then light me on fire. Thanks, and God bless Mr. Tim. Hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin, who is returning to the United States after the Colts played the Falcons overseas. I guess he's probably in transit over
I don't
over the
think so.
pond.
I think he's probably covering some field hockey, some 7th grade intramural sports. I got an interview later today, clearing me up as a creep.
How about that song?
That was
Mark?
Iggy.
Church's non-conference schedule's laughable. It's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
I agree, and I think he would agree.
Yeah, they're too good for a major team to want to play and warm up against. They don't want to risk a defeat.
You're kind of
it's
no man's
hard for them to
land.
play.
He did admit if you're going to play Mizzou, you kind of have to elevate your brand to make it more appealing to them. I think that's fair.
Do you know what the worst part of the Rams is now? They're such a likable team.
Yeah.
Great stadium, cool coach, quarterback. It's great. Awesome team colors. It's such a kick in the pulse, man. It's from the Hunchback of Von Castle, who said we're all wearing black, Martin navy blue, because we're in mourning that all the teams in St. Louis suck ass.
No.
I'll be honest with you. I just threw on black today.
Did you?
But I didn't know that we were coordinating our outfits. Martin again in navy. But I'm kind of colorblind, so I'll have to hold up socks sometimes to my wife and say, black or blue, sister? Black or blue?
And your pincers.
With my tiny little T-Rex arms. Those socks are heavy when you're as tiny as me.
If it makes you feel any better, I did speak to a fella at the wedding who works for the Stan Kroenke organization. And he says if you've heard rumors about Kroenke maybe buying the Cardinals, there's absolutely nothing to it. He has zero interest
Wow, bury the lead.
in buying anything in St. Louis anymore.
I would think that makes sense considering the climate.
That was making its way around St. Louis circa August, September 2024.
Yeah.
And everybody knew a guy.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of emails from people who knew guys.
Yeah. You still hear it every now and then. Oh, my God, Kroenke's going to buy the team when DeWitt passes.
That'll get him to load up the seats, the stands.
Yeah, this guy said nothing to it.
Come on
Not
down
gonna
and
happen.
watch your ball team. Frank, you're invited.
Real close to Imus.
Which I think is my favorite
It's up there.
impression.
It's up there.
What's that? 4 eyes. Every insult was like a 6th grade bully. Cottage cheese butt. Like he would just say things that were funny when you were in 4th grade.
SLU's non-conference sucks because loser schools like Mizzou won't even agree to play an exhibition game.
Jesus.
That's Kwame Voyukas IV. And Jackson, he's coming after the Fighting Tigers, who will take on the Golden Gophers.
I want you to really think about that for a second. That gentleman just said it's Missouri's fault that SLU has a bad non-conference schedule. They tell me that we're in bad faith. That sucks for SLU because they really don't have an opportunity with any of their non-conference games to like bolster their resume for March. They used to always have like an Auburn or some Power 4 school, Power 5 school, where they could, if they win that game, it would give them some leeway in the conference schedule. But now they kind of just have to dominate the A-10.
Even last year they had Santa Clara, they had St. Mary's.
They got Santa Clara this year, but that's like they had Auburn. They've had Auburn.
I understand,
before.
right? Bigger.
Yeah.
About all SLU can do is just really whoop up on the teams they do play, just dominate them so thoroughly that you think, well, maybe there's something there.
And hopefully not be in a situation where they have to win the A-10.
Yeah.
SLU high soccer team beat Horton Watkins last night in districts. That's from Boozy.
Cold night to be playing soccer.
Oh, did you go?
No, but I can imagine. Well, that would be weird. Not weird, but
When I was in high school, soccer was a winter
soccer.
sport.
Winter?
They played
really?
outdoors.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, guys would play football and then play soccer in the winter.
That was when you were at CBC, Martin? That's when it was, too?
No, not when I think further back, maybe prior to you, Doug.
In the 70s it was.
Oh, okay.
When I was there, it was a winter
Holy
sport.
crap. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they weren't happy about it.
I bet. Wow.
I wonder who thought that up.
I don't know.
So could you play both basketball and soccer?
No.
You were one or the other.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you couldn't play basketball and hockey either, obviously.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that kept me from the ice.
And they should probably play high school baseball here in the fall.
For sure. Or golf. One or
But
the other.
again, you'd lose some football players there.
Yeah.
Grand Canyon and San Francisco are quality opponents. That's from Kevin at the Lake, who's not happy with the criticism of the Billikens' non-conference schedule.
Grand
Not to
Canyon
say
is
they
solid.
are,
That's
but
fine.
we're talking Q1, baby. We want some Q1 action for the Billikens.
I think that's a weak argument. Yes, those are decent. I know they're not big brand names. Grand Canyon's a good team. They go to the tournament a lot, but I think you know what we're saying.
At Santa Clara could end up being a Q1.
It's kind of like what I said. That last year they had Santa Clara, they had St. Mary's, they had a bundle of ones that were decent. This year you have fewer of those.
Right.
They've got Purdue, Fort Wayne.
Just
tell
the committee, hey, we played Purdue, and
Yeah,
don't
beat 'em.
tell
Just
them.
Scratch out the DFW at the end.
Kunderman, Dish, just in the paperwork, eliminate the Fort Wayne part. Wow, they crushed Purdue. They have scored 309 points, Doug, in 3 games.
Yeah, they can fill it up. But yeah, their non-conference schedule is really, really weak with Bethune and New Hampshire and
Bethune took Auburn to overtime in the jungle.
Listen, here's the
Principia.
deal. I'll be crystal clear. Josh Hertz himself says the non-conference schedule is not what they wanted, as Martin said earlier.
Yeah.
So you know what you do? You reconcile by winning. You reconcile by winning. Kim English. Was that 2011 or 2012, Jackson? I don't know.
And we played that. I pulled that clip, I think whenever he got hired at Providence. It's
You
a great quote.
reconcile by winning.
Yeah.
So they win, then they become a desirable opponent that bigger schools would be comfortable playing because it becomes a quality matchup for them that doesn't damage their tournament chances by losing.
you know what they need to do?
Reconcile by winning.
No, they need to start their own preseason tournament right here in St. Louis and invite 7 or 8 teams in and play maybe 3 games in a weekend and maybe see some good opponents. Get people excited about college hoops.
And then just say Hove will be there, Kevin Hart will be there, have it at the Dome.
Yep.
But you get to the point where Gonzaga, there are schools that probably don't want to play them. Mid-major, that's a big brand. They've elevated, obviously, over decades now. But they probably run into where people don't want to play them, not because a loss to them doesn't matter, but because they're too good.
Now Kwame Voyukas, the fourth, is coming for you, Martin. SLU did not play St. Mary's last year. Stick to Marquette, Marty. Kwame Voyukas, the fourth. Boy, this guy. I mean,
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special, we're talking rigatoni, marinara.
Doug, did you stop the wedding to watch John Calipari and Tom Izzo coach against each other?
I did not.
In East Lansing on Saturday night, and the wonderful coat that Calipari was wearing while acting like he didn't know that Tom Izzo was 70 and how close their wives have become.
No, I missed that. I guess I would have excused myself from the reception had I known that was going on. I tried to watch the Mizzou game on my phone while it was all getting ready. That was a pain. I lost interest pretty quick in the Mizzou game.
Why do you say that?
Because they looked hopeless.
Oh, no.
It looked like, this is not going to work.
There was news on the Mizzou situation yesterday, and it's actually the lead in the Stiefel dossier. I think maybe if you're listening to this, you would think there isn't a lot going on, but the lead in the Stiefel dossier will be hashtag eye-opening, and it comes from College Station. We'll have that for you coming up on the program. Martin, I don't know if you see segment 7-3.
I'm looking at last year's Billiken schedule.
You want a piece of this Kwame Voyukas the
at
fourth?
San Francisco.
So they did play St. Mary's.
No, they did not. They played at San Francisco, the University of. I thought they went out to St. Mary's. I believe that may have been the year prior, but they went to San Francisco. They did play William Woods.
William of the Woods. Kwame Voyukas the fourth. I mean, he wants a piece of your ass. It's just the way that it is. Martin's the one who brings Coach Shirts in here.
I would love to see the Billiken program elevated. For you guys who are chirping all the time, calm down. We're hoping that things go well for the old SLU squad. I would love to see them play some bigger opponents, and so would they.
Bourbon Bob is not happy. I'm not sure with what. Here we go. Forget the next 30 minutes. I don't even know what the hell we're going to talk about in the next 30 minutes.
No, but I think that's a fair take. Here we go. And then we don't know, but it is about to happen. It's about to happen.
We don't know what we're going to talk about, but the next 30 minutes will not be good. So that's something to look forward to here on the program. The program is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we've got something doing here, brother. We've got something doing real nice like. We had Chuck in from Fenton Bar and Grill last week. I've gotten more people emailing me about going to Fenton Bar and Grill and checking out Wingy Wingy. And the tenders that they have, the trashed tenders, sweet mother of mercy. Doug, how many of those things did you eat?
5 or 6.
Do you feel good about it?
Well, I did at the time. Yes, I did. It was just great. Just fantastic.
Absolutely delicious. And they have Tender Tuesday going on today for TMA listeners at Fenton Bar and Grill. It is something else. I don't know what they do there. Chuck explained that a lot of places don't change their oil out, and that is the reason why, in addition to the sauces, in addition to that gold sauce in particular, and the recipe that they have, which he is not going to be sharing, but it is outstanding. So here's what we got going on. Trashed Tuesdays, $1 off all trashed items from 5 to 9 at Fenton Bar and Grill. They are catering holidays and office parties. They have stocking stuffers with gift cards and gold sauce. Fenton Bar and Grill hats and hoodies. Reservations for groups over 8. Great if possible, if available. The best trashed wings and tenders in the Midwest, and it is outstanding. I'm addicted. I'm a minimum of a once a week, and as I talk about it now, I'm thinking I might have to go today. That's how much I love it. I like to pair it, Doug, with the seasoned fries. I don't know if that makes me a sommelier. If sommeliers,
so.
They either work with wine or fries.
Well, I don't know about the fry part.
Have the little dish necklace just filled with ketchup.
It's Fenton Bar and Grill Trash Tuesdays with TMA. Get your tendies or your wings, and they are glorious. And I'm telling you, there's some great places in town, but I'm addicted to Fenton Bar and Grill. Fenton Bar and Grill, Trash Tuesdays here on TMA. We'll take a break, come back with more. Apparently the next 30 minutes are going to be hot ass, so enjoy. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN. Doug, you wanted it. You wanted to hear from Hogue.
Sure
You wanted to
did.
hear from Riri.
This is nice, yeah.
Jackson wanted to hear from Kanye.
Tough.
All right. Well, there it is. Is this the clean version? You better be careful there,
That's the edited version. That's
Ricky
right.
Putz.
Apple Music sometimes plays it real fast and loose with their definition of clean.
Well, how will I explain it to my children?
You'll have to talk to, I guess, Tim Cook and Apple. Not my problem.
All right, I'm talking with him today at noon. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Croup and Doug. They are not happy.
What? The Brown and Croupen's not happy?
No. I think, who's coming in today?
Brody.
Brody's coming in?
Solo, yeah. The
Ed's had enough of the YouTube chat.
Ed, Andy, and Terry are out of town on business, so Brody's going to be handling it today.
Nice.
Okay.
Brody's got knowledge, and
Yeah.
he can spit it.
Ain't that the truth?
So Brody will be in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. The program is called The Morning After. We welcome your involvement to complain about the program at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Who sucks the most? You know, we're doing a Gallup poll, 314-399-9646. You can also call in, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And got breaking news. I forgot to deep tease this. Regarding the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month competition, it has been cleared by the powers that be. It has been cleared. And Seth Goldcamp, owner of Design Air Heating and Cooling, or Martin, Doug, and myself are all clients, and the longest running sponsor here on TMA. Martin's got the furnace tune-up coming up this Friday.
No installation.
Oh, installation.
New unit, baby.
How do you do? That's right, because you were thinking I should have just emailed in.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed.
Were you cold this weekend with the furnace that didn't work?
The downstairs heat works. The upstairs one is on the fritz. Is that a current
Zone
term?
heating and cooling.
Oh,
Excuse me.
wow. Wow, man.
Oh, brother.
Look at that.
Real relatable.
Not very relatable at all. Now I get why Martin and Jackson are in this alliance.
I told
Where's the meat
Jackson.
and potatoes
I
people
told
over here.
Jackson about the second HVAC heating. He goes, oh, we had 3. Okay.
Oh, you had 3?
Yeah, that's right. One for each room.
It's called a window unit, bro.
Furnace and air conditioner. It was a window air conditioner.
Nope. Little shed in each room
A shed.
for the furnace.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month HVAC system is a go. The competition, so we will have a full month with an actual protocol, will be for the month of January. And it will begin on, I don't know what our first show in 2026 is.
I'll find that out for you.
Thank you. I'm crowdsourcing that because I think the first is on a Thursday in 2026, but hell, I don't know. I know Papers is looking it up right now.
I'm getting it.
But it will have a full month and do the email of the month winner getting that $10,000 HVAC system. Spoke with powers that be at Hubbard Radio. They have officially greenlit it. Seth likes the idea of a full month competition, and I think that's the right play considering it's already November 11th. So there it is. So this is spring training now.
Okay.
Now you got about, 25, 30 shows before the end of the year. And you maybe never have emailed in before. What's going to get you through the filter? Now you can figure it out. What's going to get you read? What works? What wins?
Okay.
This is your chance to figure it out in November and December so you're primed real nice like for January.
Okay.
All right? So there we go.
Now, does Carlos Spicy Wiener's one win that he thought was going towards this, does that count?
I don't know. I'm not in management, contrary to...
All right.
So I can't answer that, but I believe it's just for the month of January.
Okay.
So there it is. So it is going forward. It'll be for the month of January. The Baldwin Beer Bitch is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, here she is.
Okay. Hello, bitch.
Hey guys, I wanted to. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to start off the 30 minutes of ass for you guys.
Oh,
Nice.
gosh.
No, you guys were talking about hoop rock, and you got me turned on, so I had to call in, even though I said I wouldn't call in until Q1. Is that okay?
That's
Jackson,
fine.
this might sound like your long-lost potential lover right here. She heard you talking about hoop rock. Doug, that preview of Illinois, Texas Tech was so detailed that she got aroused and wanted to call in. How about that?
Hey, I do what I can. So, hey, quick question before I get to my outline.
Right.
I know there's a lot of high visibility wearing listeners. Does anyone know when the construction on 270 North is going to end at 40? It's really cramping my 2-day drive to the office.
Yeah.
So if anyone could text in
Okay.
on the left lane closure, that would be great. I'd really appreciate that.
Okay, it's been going on a while.
That whole area has had cones and stoppages for it feels like it's been about a year.
It's just lawless. So anyway, hey, thanks for taking my call. I was feeling a little yappy today, but it's either Billiken talk with the Ball and Beer bitch or hockey talk with Sharon and Clayton. So pick your poison, right?
Okay.
So,
How about less yappy, more washy-closy?
I did all the laundry yesterday. I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good.
All right.
Hey, did you guys hear Rammer was trying to speak Spanish on the broadcast last night?
Jackson, were you listening to the St. Louis University Billiken broadcast en español?
No, nope, I did not.
And anytime Robbie gets a good pass or touches the ball, Rammer's trying to speak Spanish. I don't know if I love or hate it, but I'm just wondering if this is a bit and if this is going to go on all season. So
Right, Rammer, call in. We'd like, even though you work for 2 other radio stations, let us know if this is a bit. He did say he was going to steal my instant Sharma because they have a shooter.
he did.
Ishan Sharma, who is a deep threat.
He used that all last night, and he did not give you credit at all. So
He said he said he would credit me once, and that was it. This
We're
is
talking rigatoni.
This is the man who came up with the mailman for Karl Malone years
How about
ago in
that?
college, and then I don't think he got credit every time it was stated. So fair enough.
Avila is
Probably
not
okay with that one.
Hispanic, though, is he? He's not. He's from Illinois.
He's actually from the same town as me. He's from Oak Forest, Illinois, but he does have Hispanic heritage. I believe one or both of his parents have Mexican heritage.
Okay.
So,
The last name
There's-
seemed to indicate
Doug,
that.
you got the Oak Park, and then you have Oak Lawn, and then you have
And
Oak
Oak
Brook,
Forest.
and Oak Forest. That's a lot.
Forest.
Yeah.
A lot of oaks.
Oak
confusing.
Forest is small. It's only about 20,000, and the public high school was known for chlamydia. So that's really all I have to offer to you.
Known for its chlamydia.
Don't kink
Yeah.
shame.
Yeah.
Imagine
So,
the cheers at the game.
The only other radio worth I want to start is so apparently Guy Phillips was calling Amari McCautry Amari Cooper. So did you guys know that the Billikens signed the wide receiver this season?
Nah.
I did
I
not
knew
know
he
that.
retired, but I didn't know that he was playing for the Billikens. Felt like
they
that's a
must-
miss on our part to not bring that up with Coach Schertz when he was in studio.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it. I mean, they must have one heck of a NIL budget. So,
Yeah, they could probably slip him a few mil.
yeah. Hey, Doug, how was the wedding? Did you guys end up doing the father-son dance?
We did not. No, we did not. The
Oh.
wedding was fine, but we did not do a father and son dance. As I explained earlier, it was a wedding for the straights.
I think you're getting on the verge of kink shaming here, Doug.
Well, I do
Cut
kink
off.
shame. I definitely kink shame.
Was it because you didn't want to do it, or because you guys couldn't come up with a song? Because there's lots of good hits. I mean, you could start with the obvious Butterfly Kisses.
No,
yeah.
no.
With the
That would have been that
That
song,
one?
if anything. My Girl
Aerosmith,
Bill.
I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. I mean, there's a lot here to work with, Doug. I don't know why you're being so resistant to the father-son dances.
I agree,
Well,
I agree with the ball and beer.
I just haven't ever seen it done well.
Okay. Well, and then lastly, I know nothing gets the incels gooning in their parents' basement more than more hoop talk. So,
Cut that off.
Jackson,
Aggressive.
I mean, it's tough but fair though.
Yeah, hey, I'm not complaining.
hey, I'm just dishing out the hate because I know I'm going to give it. So it's a two-way street.
Yeah,
I'm here for
I
it.
see in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat they say you have a Dodge minivan. Is that true?
No, I'm in a Toyota RAV4, baby. Give
Oh.
us the program.
Be blessed.
Got the new white car, getting ready for mom mode, hopefully over the next few years. So I had to get that shiny white car. So, no.
Well,
get
I
with
think
program.
the 30 minutes of ass is up and running, Tim.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. So
that was what was promised.
it was. But anyway, hey, Marty, I don't claim the other Billiken fans that are going after you.
Kwame
love your
Voyoukas
work.
IV.
You know what? I love his passion for Billiken fandom, but I don't want to go after you, Marty. Good job. Keep up with getting shirts in. So anyway, that's all I got. I'm going to land this plane, but thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Here she is.
All
That's
right,
the ball
Triple
and beer.
B.
Triple
Calling
B.
in.
I'm afraid to look at the text line. But we appreciate anybody who wants to contribute. Maybe they heard Jackson's dossier and they said, I'm going to hop in there and I'm going to help.
That's a plus, not a minus, if you're asking me.
Don't sexualize dancing with your son at his wedding, Doug. You're making it weird. That's from Arbor Day.
People would have just looked on in horror if I'd gone out there and danced with him alone.
I think if you did it in the mix, like there was a bunch of people on the floor, it kind of would have gone on. But if you like did a whole
like during like shout or something,
like a whole thing around it, where it's like now, like the guy announces, like now it's time for the father-son dance, and you two go out there,
No.
would have been awkward. There have been like 8 guys there who would have absolutely loved it.
No, they wouldn't have.
Doug, we've got a wide variety of choices here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt, what do we have?
Well, we had, I think he said Maplewood Mud Muscler.
Oh, what does that mean?
I don't know how you
Rolls
muscle
off the tongue.
mud, but it looks like he's gone, so we're down to the other choice.
The other choice I see is Larry Nickel.
Wow, early.
Oh. And did he text you on Happy?
No.
He's trying to beat Brody to the
Yes, I was
punch.
just going to say, yes.
Wow,
I
it's
think
so
we got
competitive with these two.
we got a thing going.
Yeah. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Are you calling in early to beat Brody to the punch?
No.
Oh, all right, there it
I
is.
thought that was what it was. Well, it's good to hear your voice, O'Lair.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay, did you have a report for us?
Yes, I do.
All right. Why don't you go ahead with it now?
Okay, last night they were in Boston, Massachusetts, and 35 minutes away from Boston, Massachusetts is where John Cena was born, and he did one final time in Boston where he beat Dominic Mysterio to become a Grand Slam champion, which is hold every title available in WWE.
Oh, so like Tiger in 2000?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the writers were very kind to him.
Doug?
Okay, I take it back. Called me out. I take it back. All right, anything else happen?
When you get to it, Doug, you interrupted me.
Okay, all right. Little quicker pacing.
You want a quicker pace? I'll give you a quicker pace. How about that?
That's better.
Wow.
Okay, I like that energy.
Okay. The main event was for the women's tag team titles. Charlotte Flair, daughter of two-time Hall of Famer Ric Flair, and Alexa Bliss faced off against the Kabuki Warriors. And the winners of the match and new women's tag team champions,
Dramatic.
Asuka and Kairi Sane, otherwise known as the Kabuki Warriors.
Okay. All right, would that be it?
Also,
No.
Also, they're doing a tournament to determine John Cena's last match because he's retiring at the end of the month, at December 13th in Washington, D.C., and they're doing a tournament to choose his last opponent. And they had 2 first-round matches last night. Sheamus, who had the opportunity to win interview twice, beat Shinsuke Nakamura.
Hey, Larry, real quick. Are you watching other programs? What do you got on the TV right now?
I'm watching Bones.
Bones.
Okay.
Everything's just wet.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, and then the other first round match was between Damian Priest and Rusev, and the winner of that match was Rusev.
Doug, in the meantime, why don't you say something?
Okay.
Oh, Jackson with a
Sure, it was
drop for the
interesting.
ages. That was a drop for the ages. We're back, Vapors. We're back.
So those were
The
the
Alliance is back.
highlights of the evening.
His name's Rusev?
Yeah, Damian Priest beat Rusev in the first round of John Cena's tournament.
Really threw it on easy
What
mode
if
for that naming.
Larry called the Baldwin Beer Bitch and they just talked?
Okay, is that it, Larry?
Yes, it is.
All right.
All
Nice
right,
report.
Doug, yeah, I need the top 5 countries in the world.
that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, number 5 will be Argentina.
Okay.
Okay.
Number 4 will be Chile.
You're just thinking of these right now, aren't you?
You seem to be in a region.
Oh, South America.
Spin the
Oh,
globe.
by the way, chili, is also a food you can eat on cold days like this.
It's true. Very true.
Number 3 will be Iceland.
Iceland. Okay.
Number 2, Canada.
Canada, of course. Always is 2.
Number 1,
51st state.
United States of America.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
And still,
Doug, you listen to that? Cool in the gang.
We've always been number 1, I think, as long as these rankings have been a thing.
There was 1 week where the Philippines took it down.
Really?
Yeah. Tribute to Corazon Aquino.
Aquino and her
Larry,
shoes.
God bless you. That was Imelda Marcos.
Oh.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he
All right,
is.
thank you, Nixie.
Boy, this is, I didn't know this. Kitty Bates is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat along with 224 other friends of the Feather and says John Cena was not born to a woman. He was born from the blood, sweat, and determination of patriots who created this nation through the Revolutionary War. He was created from the ideals of America. How about that?
Is that right? Is that right?
Which
Kind of an immaculate.
What wrestler was born from a hand, or a hand was born out of them?
That's a great question. That was 73-year-old Mae Young, who fornicated with the wrestler Mark Henry and gave birth to a hand.
This woman was a professional wrestler?
Correct.
She looks like Estelle from Seinfeld.
Long time ago. I think
I'm
they
seeing
had
a
her
picture
out
of her
there
in a-
again, didn't they? They made her do it again.
I see a picture of her in a singlet, and she looks no younger than 70.
Yeah, she would team up with the fabulous Moolah, and then she wasn't available to wrestle because she got pregnant in her 70s.
Right.
Mark Henry enjoyed, and they had a hand.
And who says this stuff is made up and not real?
Oh, God.
Gosh. Usually they can get away with just about anything. That was in particularly bad taste.
But it's just a
Wasn't
guy
it?
in
Was
a
it-
it's just a guy in a hand costume. He looks like McLovin. Why does the hand look like McLovin?
That was around the same era where Val Venus was castrated on Monday Night Raw. I believe the quote as it was happening was, "I choppy your pee-pee."
Oh.
See, Doug, you're missing.
For $1 billion corporation, they sure don't spend much on the writers.
whoever the Maplewood caller was.
Maplewood Mud Muscles?
That was the Mud Muffler, I believe.
Okay.
Texted into the show and said, "Sorry, KG, got a work call."
So he was on hold with a take, and you said he was not happy about something?
He said, "If you could pretty please pass along my message, that would be great." From the Maplewood
What's his
Mud
message?
I don't want to pass it along
Oh, okay.
because I'm a fan of the Baldwin beer bitch, but he was not happy with her call and really wanted her to shut up.
Oh, no.
That's unfortunate, Doug, but sometimes some people like some things and some people like...
And then you get the text that just says, "Back to the dishes."
Somebody texted in a shot of the ticket prices for last night's WWE main event in Boston. Some are as much as $4,000 right next to the ring.
Let's say I could get you half off.
Way up high in the rafters, it's 700, 400, 5. How can people have that kind of money to spend who are at the same time buffaloed by what they're watching?
That's a
How is
weird
this possible?
intersection. It is a weird intersection.
Yeah.
But Doug, sometimes when you buy those expensive tickets, you get to take home the chair that you sit in.
Oh, what a treat.
So it's kind of worth it.
A chair. But can you imagine spending that kind of money to watch that?
What are you trying to say?
Americans are morons. That's what I'm saying.
There are people.
So you're saying if it was 3,000, you'd do it, but the 4,000 is kind of where you draw the line?
Yeah. I mean, here we're worried about people eating and everything with the problems with the government. We got people spending $4,000 to go watch wrestling. That's for one ticket. Something's off, right? Something's not right.
Yeah, you wouldn't catch me spending that kind of dough on that.
Now, what if you could go to the NBA All-Star game?
That would be something I would spend
There you
some money
go.
for.
See what I'm saying?
How much would you spend? What would be the upper level?
depending on what city it's
Seeing
in.
as how it's not really a basketball
It's
game.
a terrible game.
Right. It would only be to be able to see all those stars in one place. But even then, I wouldn't
A
pay.
playoff game would be much better than the
Way
All-Star
better. I
game.
couldn't agree more.
All right.
But I wouldn't pay $200, $300. I wouldn't. Only like Mizzou Athletics would I pay that much, where I really have an emotional investment.
Final
Or like
Four.
or a Cardinal World Series game or something like that. But I wouldn't do it for wrestling in Boston.
No. Gosh.
John Cena.
It's just
or
worrisome.
otherwise.
Well, the Blues play tonight. They've got the Flames, boys, at 7 o'clock. There's your NHL update.
Oh, you just stole Jackson's Sports Center update right there.
I'm
Now he's
sorry,
going to have
pal.
to pivot.
He always looks at the
He
screen.
looks up
Yeah,
at the screen.
I
to see
gotta know
who-
what time things are at.
Okay. It's
7 o'clock puck drop tonight.
Yeah.
Flames in town.
In St. Louis, what sweaters will they be wearing?
Will we see Hunter
That's segment
Skinner?
7-3.
Yeah. Well, Martin already burned it to hell.
Oh, come on. There's some NBA chat for you, always hanging. Somebody had a double-double.
You better believe it.
You are welcome to get involved in the program. 314-399-9646. It's a big Callier and Thompson phone line Tuesday, 314-974-0101. And, of course, you are welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Talk it over and get to know other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. James Carlton's a friend of the program, and he's my insurance agent, and he has been going back to 2019. He's been advertising on my podcast and on TMA going back to 2017, and he is saving people money. And yesterday, he said he has never seen in his career rates drop, and this is going to start on November 15th, as much as they are about to. How about that? So he can save even more money than he could before, but he just saved Jamie Rivers thousands of dollars when Jamie Rivers made the switch last month. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton with 450 plus 5-star reviews. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Doesn't matter the situation or the circumstance. They'll get you that new vehicle with little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rates possible. They're able to do that because they work with over 50 different lenders, working hard to get you the best financing available. And financing a car, yeah, it gets a little complicated. The only thing to know is to choose the pro, the Auto Loan Pro. Get on that website as well. Scroll on down, find that free playbook. It's going to educate you. Also help you get the car of your choice in the future. All of it. One great website if you're in the market for a new vehicle and you're not sure what you can get approved for. Doesn't matter what those hiccups are. They're going to get you into that vehicle. AutoLoanPro.com. It's part of the Lita family. So get online, find that car, scroll down, see Robert Thomas, friend of the show, friend of Auto Loan Pro. They've got those TV commercials up and running. Get online and get your next car at AutoLoanPro.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues and Flames tonight. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Is this genuine? Pony?
Yep.
And what is the reason, sir?
Just felt like
You
playing
feel like it's a pony show?
Yeah, kind of.
Doug, was the wedding a pony show?
Well, I guess.
Nice.
I like
nice.
They describe Pony on Apple Music as an unapologetically horny classic of the late 90s.
Doug, what are your Mount Rushmores of unapologetically horny songs?
Oh, probably the four best that they came out with. Everyone knows what the four best are. I feel like I don't even have to say it.
Pony. How do you want it? Pac. Boy, where else?
Yeah.
I mean, Convoy. And then I guess, is this chalky to go with Me So Horny? Which was, what was that, like, got to number 8 in 1989?
I don't know the years.
And then it was Banned. Luther Campbell, now big NIL guy for the Hurricanes. When they can beat Louisville and SMU. And then they came out with Banned in the USA as a response, but I don't know who banned them. Was that Tipper Gore? Was that Tipper Gore?
Probably.
All right.
Be consistent with...
Could be a good surprise guess, Martin.
Tipper Gore. Let's see.
She's still around?
Oh, I think so.
Al Gore's still around.
What if we said TG? Would that help, Doug?
Would you
Tipper
agree?
Gore.
See, there you go.
Well, all right, never mind. I'll have her throw her voice like Costas.
Okay.
Talk like Elmo.
Too Close by Next. That's from Ray King, who, of course, was not happy that Doug's wedding this past weekend with his son was for the Straits. Ray King is married to a husky, bearded gentleman, and he always sends in a picture of the two of them at a Blues game canoodling, and that's very hot. That song was featured in Nikki Glaser's Saturday Night Live appearance. Did anybody watch Nikki Glaser's Saturday Night Live appearance?
Not.
Friend of the program, Martin. She has been on the program reluctantly a few times, but do you remember? You don't. I can tell by your facial reaction that Nikki Glaser, and I think, God, I don't know. She said on Saturday Night Live she was 41, so that would have made her 20 when we started the show in 2004. And whereas I think Big League Broadcasting that owned KFNS and bought it for one number and then sold it for a number that I believe was
significantly less
your words
than the first number.
That's correct. Had a few moves that they might want back. I will have to credit, I believe.
Like buying the station in the
that would certainly be one of them. It was the program director who said, hey, guys, you ought to get this comedian on. She went to Kirkwood, and she went to Kansas, and she wants to come in and talk with the guys. And we're like, okay, whatever. It turns out that comedian, Martin, was Nikki Glaser, and she got her big break on the Morning Grind in 2004.
That right?
Yep.
Does Buck Swope have audio of this?
I don't know. Producer
Probably
Joe
will.
might.
Wow.
But
I
something
do
happened.
not remember.
Well, she came on the show like in 2009 or 2010. There is audio of this. I don't know if, Jackson, you have it available.
That's it. Plays on TMA all day.
So do you have that now?
It's on the skeleton, they call
it's
it?
16 minutes long.
Okay. Where she acknowledges she remembers that? Is that how it went? I don't know. I don't listen. I know, Doug, you listen to HD2 all the time.
Yeah.
Right. Always on the loop. I don't remember if she references.
I mean, there are a lot of people that come through. I remember Joe Rogan sitting there.
Yes,
and
Joe Rogan came in with Charlie Murphy.
And he was going to be at the pageant, and then Norm Macdonald came through
Norm
at some
Macdonald's
point.
been on. Kevin Nealon's been on.
Las Vegas #1 comedian. Who was that guy?
Huge. Vinny
Came on and he ripped us.
Favorito, I think it might have been.
Screech in studio.
Justin Diamond was on. Yeah.
Kimbo Slice.
Like a month before he passed away.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago. It popped up in my Facebook memories. Me, you, and the cat like fighting with Kimbo Slice on Facebook.
Norm Macdonald was the best because he did seem always to be a little hungover or just starting back up again, whatever it was. And he would just stare at everybody and everything. Yeah, Doug. Look at those lampshades. And he just would do that for about 10 minutes, and you would laugh the whole time. And then he never really said anything.
That's right. It was just the delivery. Jackson, did you watch this Saturday Night Live?
I haven't.
Is this going to be covered on Movie Boy?
Doubt it.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask, outside of the fact that Ray King brought up the song Next, which was played when the person playing Nikki Glaser's father grinded on her, is the cast stayed distant from her at the end credits when they usually all do the...
I read about this.
So you're aware of this, but you haven't seen it.
Right.
So I went back to watch it because I had already fallen asleep by the time...
And this is recent?
This is this past Saturday night.
Yeah.
So I was wondering what went on there, because that was odd. And Nikki's in studio here on the Courtney Show more often than not, and then we'll grab her and claim that she was our guest, Doug, and her longtime boyfriend, a part of the Courtney Show for a number of years. So I was trying to see if anybody was familiar with that, the backstory, because I had read that as well, and then I went back to watch it, and it was very odd, because usually that end credits is when the cast, they all embrace and talk, and the musical guest, and the only person who was talking with her was the musical guest. Doug, you, of course, love Somber. That was the name of the musical. And he spells it S-O-M-B-R.
I don't like that.
E
No.
in between the B and the R.
Plenty of time to spell it right.
Yeah.
On the website, Vulture Saturday Night Live recap, Nikki Glaser gets weird. SNL star shocks fans with jokes about pedophilia, sex trafficking. These are all just headlines from the SNL appearance. SNL, Nikki Glaser faces backlash for controversial SNL monologue.
Now, is this real backlash, or is this the Twitter tweets?
It comes from BuzzFeed, so, I'd take it with a grain of
What
salt.
is your reliable source on something like this, Papers, as somebody who is in Hollywood now?
I think if it's real backlash, you would feel it. You'd feel it in the air. BuzzFeed tweeting about it with 800 pop-up ads ain't gonna pass the smell test over here.
When you basically work for yourself and you are the entire product, who is there to give you backlash?
Precisely, Doug.
How about that? Precisely. That was
Nikki
Christopher Lloyd, Back to the
Glaser
Future.
stays positive amid backlash over SNL, and it appears maybe it was her Instagram post. I don't know.
Oh, is that right?
Us Weekly says that Glaser praised the SNL cast and crew after making her debut amid backlash over her opening monologue. Get the full breakdown of her controversial jokes with the link.
So the
below.
implication is the monologue
Apparently was edgy.
Kurt, are you aware of this story? What do you got?
Yeah, obviously she works a little graphic at times, and I think there was just some topics that some people found a little touchy.
So then the entire cast would not talk with her?
That I can't speak to.
Okay, that's what
okay.
So nobody knows why at the end. That's what people are.
The only other person that they've done that with in recent times is Kanye West. Am I correct on that?
Pete Davidson tells a very funny anecdote about that moment. He goes, I want to have a career, so I left.
But if the jokes were considered to some offensive, I'm guessing that's why people are, I better not be seen. I'm guessing that that's what they did. I have no idea. But I'm going to go and tell you why, Jackson. I have no idea what was discussed.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite
But if
drops in the
everything
show's
online
history.
is about how it was a raunchy, controversial monologue, and then the other story we're hearing is people were afraid to stand next to her, I'm going to guess that those two are related.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, she always works edgy, right? That's kind of her thing.
Mm-hmm.
You Kirkwood people are a little naughty, Doug.
Yeah, we
What's
are.
going on with you pioneers?
So I guess it shouldn't be surprised that she kind of brought it with a little sandpaper.
It's, the ESPYs brought in Shane Gillis, and then they were like, some of those jokes he told. You know who you're bringing in. SNL knows who they're bringing in. So if they act, I'm not talking people at home, but if the organizers act upset, then they're being disingenuous because they probably wanted the buzz that comes with it.
We know what Carlos Spicy Wiener brings. We know what Buck Swope brings. We know what Riot's dad brings. We know what Uncle Carl with the Omelette's double-sided fleshlight brings. And yet we still encourage them to write in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, can you tell us about Design Air?
I love Design Air so much. I'm having them install an HVAC unit on Friday. Yeah, Seth and his gang. What a great team. We talked about it, and it's nice to do business with a family-owned company that's been in St. Louis forever, really. When we had Seth, Beers with Seth, we were talking about how the HVAC industry has evolved over the years. But one thing you got to get right, you got to get that customer service down because there's a lot of companies out there, but you want to have the right approach and have a product people can trust. That's what you get when it's Design Air Service. Get online, book that appointment now, designairservice.com. Weather's going to warm up this week, gives you a little bit of a break. But if the furnace doesn't seem right or you just want to be sure, Get a little tune-up before winter takes hold, because that furnace will be run in December and January and February. Get online. It's Seth and his team. They do a great job. Looking forward to seeing the folks. I don't know who's coming, Doug. I don't know. I haven't got the calendar.
Bold and daring Adam.
It could very well be
Fingers
him.
crossed.
And that's not a shot at Steve or Larry. I want to make that clear.
You guys have made it so weird. What a great company. DesignerService.com.
Designer Heating and Cooling online at designerservice.com. The program's called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I thought Jackson was playing Too Close by Next, which Ray King put on his George Washington on his Mount Rushmore of horniest songs.
Oh, did he really?
That's the reaction of Brody Hermann, who is in studio today representing Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of the Morning After Morning. Brody, what's going on, man?
Nothing too much. It's just an honor and privilege to be here. How are we doing today, guys?
Do you feel like it's an honor and privilege to be here?
No, I feel like it's a job.
Oh, jeez.
Martin, how does that
I'm with you, Brody. It is an honor.
There you go.
That's right.
There you go.
That's right. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Couldn't be sorry what I said.
That's the kind of energy we need, Doug.
We felt like Larry Nickel might have called in the 7 o'clock hour to try to get to the wrestling before you came on, but he said that was not what was going on. He just wanted to file his report. I don't know. I don't know if you guys have a rivalry or not.
No, I don't. I hope he listens to the show. I really do. There's a lot to talk about this Saturday, though, Tim. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be 11 o'clock going on.
What about the A&M Georgia game?
Yeah, well, it's going to be rough, but 11 a.m. It's going to be a show. It's going to be a heck of a show. We got a lot to talk about, obviously, of course. A lot going on right now in St. Louis in sports. Blues struggling, but don't worry, guys. I think things can turn around. I don't know about this season, but Matthew Kessel and Tyler Tucker being your defensemen, I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen this season. But they got a lot of exciting prospects. Jimmy Snuggerud, Dalibor Dvorsky. They've got a lot coming down the pike. I'm telling you, Jordan Biddington and Ned, and Robert Thomas, maybe 100-point scorer this year. I don't know. Maybe
It's off to a slow start.
Maybe. I hope he comes along. I really do. I really do. Under Braden Shen's leadership as captain, Nazem Kadri's playing for the Flames tonight. That will be interesting. I don't think are they playing in Calgary or are they playing in St. Louis?
Oh, it's here.
Jackson.
Oh, Nazem Kadri's going to be booed like crazy. I'm telling you, that is going to be rough. That's going to be rough. The Flames are worse than us. They have a second-year head coach as well. Ryan Huska is leading the charge for the Flames, second-year head coach, and they got Dustin Wolf and net, not as good as Biddington, so hopefully they can get this one out because they are 4-11-2, so not as good, nearly as good as the St. Louis Blues, but we'll see. It's
kind of similar, though. Unfortunately, that bad record you mentioned is a little similar to the home team. How about the fact Coach Montgomery on Monday was blasting classic rock during the practice, and he had Jake Neighbors as the DJ.
Oh, yeah?
And then they said, were you just trying to lighten the mood? He goes, no. He said, I'm not lightening. They said, this team needs more energy. I'm trying to get some energy. So he's like blasting classic rock. They need energy, Doug.
I know.
They do.
Brody, we need some of what you got.
Yeah, exactly. I'm energetic every day. I try to be. Absolutely. No, we do. The Blues need the energy. I mean, I know it's been rough. They've had some injuries. I know they've struggled a little bit. I think the energy can come back. The young core of the Blues nucleus, some of their additions like Suter and Nick Bukestad, hopefully those additions, according to that center line, hopefully improve this team down the stretch. But I don't know if they make the playoffs this year. They may make the playoffs this year. I'm not going to guarantee it. I don't see a playoff team yet, but they got to show it to me. I know they're 5-8-3. Did any of you watch Monday Night Football last night? Who watched Monday Night Football?
I did a little.
A
It
little
was so
scoreless
boring.
tilt, Doug. You loved the over.
I was watching for fantasy football purposes, but boy, it was a tough game to watch. It wasn't much happened.
At one point in the first half, I believe Joe said, you know what, for a scoreless game, it's kind of entertaining. And after a little bit of quiet from Troy Aikman, he said, or maybe I'm the only one who thinks that. But there was a lot that went into it. I know what he was saying. There was a lot going on for a game that was scoreless. And then in the end, it comes down to one play, which is the NFL. Even though it's the low scoring, not all that entertaining, it always comes down to a final play, albeit a 65-yard field goal attempt, which he missed. Spoiler alert, he missed. 10-7 Eagles.
Yeah, it was 10-7 Eagles, similar to the Broncos-Raiders scores. Like, actually, the exact same scores. The Broncos won 10-7, just like the Eagles beat the Packers 10-7 as the Eagles moved 7-2, and the Packers remain 5-3-1. Great addition at the trade deadline by Jalen Phillips. That's what's great about why Howie Roseman's the best GM in all of football. He improves the Eagles' secondary at the deadline and improves the Eagles' defensive line. He acquires Michael Carter and Jair Alexander. What a great job he did, obviously. That rushing touchdown by Josh Jacobs, their last-ditch effort by the Packers to try to make it, a closer game. They just couldn't pull it off. You're right, Martin. The 65-yard field goal they missed, and quite frankly, low-scoring game. Both defenses, they expected these defenses had high expectations. Vic Fangio is a heck of a defensive coordinator, and of course, Hafley has done a great job as Packers defensive coordinator. He came over from being the head coach. Jeff Hafley did it, being the head coach at Boston College. Now he's the defensive coordinator for the Packers. So we'll see if he can get a head coaching job in the National Football League. obviously we know how Vic Fangio's head coaching job in the National Football League efforts with the Denver Broncos did. It was rough, but two great defensive coordinators, two of the better defenses in the NFL, both legitimate playoff teams. So I'm interested in how the NFL playoffs are going to shake up. And who knew that the AFC West would be as competitive as it is? Mike McDonald has finally got those Seahawks rolling, no doubt about that. Now you got the Seahawks, Rams, of course, and the 49ers all being competitive. Of course, native St. Louis and James Gladstone has really turned the Jaguars around this season. What a stellar job! I know,
grad, right?
Vianney grad. So is Mark Lamping.
Uh-huh.
So is Mark Lamping. They got Cody Schrader on the team, even though he doesn't contribute as much. And they got ETN in the backfield. Trevor Lawrence, a quarterback, is just, sometimes you need a different coat of paint. Liam Cohn coming from that Sean McVay coaching tree, coming there now, bringing that style of offense to Trevor Lawrence. And I've seen massive improvements. Brian Thomas Jr., an excellent pass catcher, and they've one of the most underrated linebackers in the National Football League. Foye Oluwakin graduated from John Burroughs. They have a very nice team in Jacksonville. They're a legitimate playoff team. I'm looking forward to see what they can do down the stretch.
Do you have this kind of encyclopedic knowledge about baseball?
Yes, I do.
If so, what would you think Chaim Bloom will do to improve the Cardinals?
Oh, that's a great question. And let me tell you, Chaim Bloom needs to sign at least one pitcher. I don't think they trade Sonny Gray this offseason. I do think they will move Nolan Arenado, but I don't think they trade Sonny Gray this offseason. I think we could see that down at the deadline. I think you need to sign one pitcher. I know people are calling for Joe Ryan. I know others are calling for Shane Bieber, but I think they need at least one pitcher signing this offseason. You stick with McGreevy, you stick with Liberatore, you stick with Palante. I know fans might not want to hear that. That rotation is a little lackluster, but they're young at this point, and they're not going to spend a lot of money, guys. You know the DeWitts. Come on. They're not going to spend a lot of money for a bunch of pitchers.
Shots fired. How about that?
Honestly, come on. They're not going to do that. And they may add a piece, maybe a hitter. I doubt it. I think they'll just move Gorman and they'll just reshift everything like they do. They're going to retool everybody. They're going to stick with Scott in center field. I think Walker will stay in right field. Maybe they trade Newtbar. I don't think so. They'll keep him in left. And you got Donovan at second base. How about Alec Burleson winning a Silver Slugger, though? That was something else. And of course, I think they'll probably stick with him at DH and, kind of move him around all around, maybe a little outfield. And then they'll play him at first base. But, they got Contreras at first. You'll have Ravon Herrera behind the dish, so maybe Burleson get some more reps at DH. And then you got Gorman that's going to probably get his everyday shot at third. And you got J.J. Weatherholt coming up. Maybe they bring Weatherholt at the beginning of the season. I don't know. Maybe that re-energizes that fan base. Heim's got to, get the fans really behind him. I'm not really sure. Marmol's hanging. He's got that 1 year left on his contract. I don't know if he'll be the manager of the Cardinals in 2027. A lot of former Cardinals interested in managing major league teams. So we'll see how that all shakes out. It's definitely going to be an interesting season. I think they should acquire one pitcher. I don't think they'll do much this offseason, contrary to maybe people's belief. Maybe they trade Nolan Arenado for some prospects. They're going to alleviate some of that salary. I think it'll be gradual for Blum. I don't think it'll alleviate all of the salary at once, but it'll be gradual. And I think the Cardinals are definitely in a rebuild phase. We'll see what Blum can do. He drafted a lot of great players in Boston, including native St. Louis and Nazan Zanatello, Roman Anthony, Kristen Campbell during his time there. So maybe he can bring that same thing. He's changed a lot in the personnel department and the scouting department. And really, it's the first time they've really brought in an outside voice since Tony La Russa did in 1996. They brought him in for the athletics organization. None of the managers were really outside voices, and none of the executives really were, except for Jockey. Mozeliak was internal in the organization getting hired. So Blum is really the most prominent voice, coming from the outside the organization really since Tony La Russa. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do. I don't think they're a playoff team in 2026. Maybe they'll change my mind. Who knows? The Blue Jays did it, but the Blue Jays, remember, had the 5th highest payroll in all of baseball. That's right. We will see how that all shakes out. I don't think the Cardinals are willing to increase their payroll. Not only do I think they're increasing it, I think it'll decrease. Really? And, that's kind of the state of the Cardinals. It's not what St. Louis fans want. No. I'm sorry to say it, but, the Central, look, Terry Francona's managing the Reds. You got Council managing the Cubs. You got the Brewers managed by Pat Murphy. The Central's getting better. They're not getting worse.
You've talked more sports in the last 5 minutes than we have in the last month.
I was going to say the last 5 years.
That's what we do.
What about this? Let me throw this at you, Brody. Take a breath and let me throw this at you. would you trade Brendan Donovan because he's got some value right now?
He certainly does.
Nice, Martin. I like the way you're thinking.
In the next
I like
couple
it.
of years, the team's not great. No offense.
Oh!
I know somebody maybe if he's up this early in the morning in California would love to hear that I would say that Brendan Donovan could be traded to the Yankees, and I'm sure they would love to have him or traded to a
Yankees.
big market team. No, they could trade Brendan Donovan. Listen, Brendan Donovan's value is very high right now. And are you going to sign him in free agency? He's only got 2 more years left under team control before free agency. Is the time now? I don't know. I think it's possible that they trade Brendan Donovan.
He's one of your better players, but it probably makes sense to get something in return if you're not really going to be good for a year or two.
Yeah, it opens a spot up for J.J. Weatherholt at second base. You could stick J.J. Weatherholt in the infield, and the Cardinals are going to be so excited that J.J. Weatherholt is going to be part of that infield. They're going to be so excited. Oh, my gosh. It's so super. Oh, my goodness. I love when I'm watching Cardinal games. Everyone's like, when's J.J. Weatherholt going to come up, Brody? And I'm like, well, I don't think it's this season. And then they get so mad at me, and they send the mad emojis, and I'm like...
Oh, they're mad at you because the Cardinals wouldn't call up Weatherholt.
Right, exactly. These are how
Welcome to
Cardinal
our
fans
world.
are because they don't have anything else to root for because that's how it is. It's hard. I listen. I know it's been tough times. It's tough, but they're trying to steer the ship. They're trying. The outfield's just been atrocious. I'm sorry, that outfield is terrible. I was one of the worst in the Central. I know the pitching staff gets beat up, and they absolutely should, but that outfield's atrocious. Scott's fast. There are a lot of guys like Scott. There are a lot of guys that are fast. There are a dime a dozen. There are these Billy Hamilton or Everett Cabrera flash in the pan guys, and everyone they'll have a few years where they'll steal like 40 bases, and
Vic Scott
eventually
taking
then
shrapnel.
Oh no, I love
Marty's
Victor
younger.
Scott. I hope so. I hope Victor Scott ends up being
former friend of the show.
No, come on. I hope Victor Scott's one of the best. I hope he's a Juan Pierre for the Cardinals. I hope
like
he's
that.
legitimately like Juan Pierre, a center fielder that could steal a lot of bases down the line. I really do. I want the best for him. A guy like Michael Bourne. I really hope that he could steal a lot of bases, and be a big fixture. Maury Wills. I mean, come on now. He could be a guy that could steal a lot. I hope he is. I really do. I hope he could build around him. I really do. Walker, he's got a lot of promise. He reminds me a lot of Jason Hayward. He really does. They're exactly the same. Both from Georgia, both 6 feet 5 inches tall, both play the same position. You guys can Google it. I'm telling you, they have a lot of similarities. There's no doubt about it. I think Jordan Walker is going to be a long-time major leaguer, just like Jason Hayward was. Now, do I think he'll be the perennial MVP that everybody thinks he could be, or beyond that? I don't know. But I think he'll be a guy that you just stick with them. Just stick with them. Why? You're not going to sign anybody better in free agency, or the DeWitt's going to come up with some magical plan and formula to sign somebody better? They're not going to sign anybody better. Come on, they're not willing to spend the money. They care more about Ballpark Village anyway. So what all that matter? I mean, come on.
Nice.
I enjoyed the Maury Wills reference.
Yeah, I had a feeling you would like the Maury Wills. Doug loves the Maury Wills reference, Brody.
I'm telling you. There were a lot of great base stealers back in the day. They really were. Willie Wilson and Amos Otis and in the '80s Vince Coleman.
Lou Brock, the base burglar.
Well, Lou Brock's number 2. He's on my Mount Rushmore of base stealers. Him and Tim Raines and Ricky Henderson and
Who's the fourth?
Vince Coleman, Ricky Henderson,
Nice.
Lou Brock, and Tim Raines. That's my
Rock
Mount
Raines.
Rushmore. Okay. Yeah, Rock Raines finally in the Hall of Fame, by the way. Fernando Venezuela being on the veterans ballot is a total joke. Come on, seriously? Fernando Mania, come on.
Well, you don't think he's worthy?
No, come on. Put Kurt Schilling on there, or David Cohn, or Jimmy Key, or Kevin Brown. Come on, Fernando Venezuela, seriously? Come on.
Well, he was your best going for a couple of years.
He was great. Listen, he had an all-star year. He didn't have an all-star career.
Okay, don't yell at me.
I'm not mad. No, I'm not yelling at you, Doug. I'm just the people. Come on.
I didn't know that. That's surprised because he's clearly not a Hall of Famer. I didn't know that he was.
He certainly is. He's right on there. Hey, listen, they're bringing all the steroid guys. They're clogging it up with Gary Sheffield and Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens are on there. Listen, Dale Murphy and Don Mattingly are on there. I think Jeff Kent's a lock. I hope Jeff Kent gets in. He's on the veterans ballot. So is Carlos Delgado for a first appearance on the veterans ballot. So hopefully, some of those guys will get in. I think Jeff Kent and Don Mattingly both have a legitimate shot of getting in. I think all the other guys are going to have to wait. The steroid guys, they've proven that. I don't even know why they get another shot on the veterans ballot, if I'm going to be honest with you. They already got their shot. Bonds and Clemens did at least, and they didn't get in. Why are they on there? We couldn't put Lou Whitaker on the veterans ballot. How about Vada Pinsett for once? But no, instead we're stuck with all the same guys, again, clogging up the veterans ballot. And, now with the new rules they have, you can only be on the veterans ballot for a certain amount of time, and it just clogs up the whole thing. It's just an entire conundrum.
Clemens and Bonds are probably two of the top 10 players in the history of the game.
I don't disagree with you, Doug, but they used PEDs, and because they use PEDs, the writers haven't voted him in, and it seems to be that the committee hasn't voted him. I totally agree. Roger Clemens has 7 Cy Youngs. Barry Bonds has 762 home runs. The story writes itself. The proof's in the pudding. Both those guys have Hall of Fame numbers, but the PEDs have prevented them, and so is Gary Sheffield. Gary Sheffield's a Hall of Famer. He had over 500 homers, but he's got the PEDs. So that's why he is literally stuck, in this situation on a Veterans Committee ballot. I just, it is what it is. But Jeff Kent will get in because he'll finally get his just due as being one of the best second basemen of his generation. Carlos Delgado hit over 470 home runs. People don't know how many home runs Carlos Delgado actually hit. He's actually one of the best power hitting first basemen of his generation. And you got, it's just, Dale Murphy. I don't want Dale Murphy on there. Guys, come on. They've tried with Dale Murphy a million times. He's just not a Hall of Famer. He had a great prime with the Braves. Stellar player. He, finished up his career with the Phillies in 92 and the Rockies in 93. He was a great player for a period of time, but he's not a Hall of Famer to me. Don Mattingly, the only reason he's not a Hall of Famer is because he didn't win a World Series championship with the Yankees, and he's the only great Yankee that never did. He had his closest shot this year. It was his first World Series appearance ever, was being the bench coach of the Blue Jays in 2025. Not a lot of people even knew that Don Mattingly was the bench coach of the Blue Jays. He's Donnie Baseball for a reason. You know why? Because he's stuck with baseball. Even after his long playing career, he's still in the game of baseball. And, of course, I don't know what organization he's going to be with. Maybe he's hired by the Rockies. Oh, by the way, did you see the Rockies hired Paul DiBattista?
No, I didn't. I'm exhausted.
President of baseball operations.
He left the Browns.
Oh, gosh. After signing Deshaun Watson all that guaranteed money, Cleveland's not shedding a tear that Paul DiBattista's departed from there. Now he's back with the Rockies with his all Moneyball ideas. And the Rockies fans are like, my goodness, now we're acknowledging that we're a small market team. Congratulations by hiring Paul DiBattista.
Paul DiBattista taking shrapnel. Youngry, DeWitt's.
No, Paul DiBattista ain't coming to St. Louis. Come on.
I'm just doing the list of who took shrapnel.
Oh, well, listen, maybe he can, or maybe it'll be just like his Dodgers run where it was short-lived when he was general manager, and the L.A. Dodgers couldn't wait to get Paul DiBattista out of there because, that old Moneyball system, it doesn't even really apply in the playoffs because, Billy Beane hasn't still won a World Series, and all he cares about is the last game of the season. So his last game of the season every time has been a loss since he's been there. And Paul DiBattista, most of his games have been a loss, and now he finally had to get back to baseball because he was so sick of football. Well, I don't know. Maybe they forced him out. I don't know. He's, maybe the only good thing that he did in Cleveland was drafting Shadur Sanders. I don't know, because he hasn't done a lot of good things in Cleveland since he's gotten there.
Gosh, you got a lot of information in your brain just bursting to get out.
Yeah, I know. Listen, you got to make the most of your minutes. That's how I feel in life. You got to make the most out of it.
Hey, man, how about that? Those are words to live by right there. Brody,
That's
wonderful.
Wonderful.
Nobody escaped the sword of Brody Hermann, including Paul DiBattista.
No,
he had it coming.
He had it coming.
Brody enjoyed it. Certainly, the energy is admirable. God bless America. I mean, you got knowledge.
Of course, I've got knowledge. It's great.
Knowledge is power. Brody Hermann, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brody, always appreciate it, man. Thanks for bringing that heat, brother.
Thank you so much. It's an honor and privilege. Great to be here.
There it is. Brody Hermann with us. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
There are 14 branches around St. Louis for Together Credit Union. TogetherCU.org is where you can go online, find out more about the mortgages they offer, which include the Community Contributor Mortgage. We've been talking about how there's a special mortgage put together for firefighters, first responders, EMTs. If you are a community contributor, this mortgage is for you. Special rates available. Get online, TogetherCU.org, find out more about it. And throughout the whole process, It's good to know everything is done here in St. Louis. The underwriting, the servicing, everything done is local. Whether it's the first home, second home, whatever type of mortgage you're in the market for, Together Credit Union has one available at tcu.org, togethercreditunion.org. For more information on the rates, what's available, community contributors take part. We love the fact they do these cool things like the Zoo debit card, the City SC credit card, and now this, a mortgage built for our community contributors. Together, cu.org for more information.
There you go, Doug. You wanted to hear this?
Yes, I did. About time.
$99, you think? I'm going to say 98 to get me 97 and 99.
97.
Wow. That was close. Doug, each week the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show are battling it out in the Pick'em Challenge.
Are they?
But sometimes they come together to just hang out and watch some football. You can join Andrew Marsh and also Moon from The Riz Show this Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30 at the Hot Shots in Arnold. Come watch the Thursday night football game and get signed up for some Point and 101 ESPN giveaways and enjoy a cold Bud Light. That is this Thursday, 6:30 to 8:30 with Andrew Marsh, Moon, and Bud Light at the Hot Shots in Arnold. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where 231 people have gathered to talk it over, including Cucky the Dwarf, Martin's Wildcat Agenda, John Scores, Doug Vaughn's Oil Boy, and Ken Iggy Strode. Then they're in there talking with Jake and St. Genevieve and Don Peepee and the old J.C. Penney chat support.
Okay. 2-pound carrot cake.
I don't know if Claves is in there or not. I'd be surprised, to be real honest with you. The day is cloudy, but Tim, your show full of sleek insight and the joys of sports and humor always brightens the day. That's from Marsh's collage program.
Really? What a nice little sentiment.
Look at you. You're a different man after your son's been married.
Yeah,
you didn't even hit the gong. You just go, you know what?
Rose-colored
Marsh's
glasses,
collage program speaks the truth. Does Mike Elko speak the truth, though? Caden Green, Doug, you were caught up in the wedding. Do you have the Caden Green sound? Missouri offensive lineman asked after the game on Saturday night about the issues the offense had, and had this reveal that led to a follow-up from the Colonel because he was so flabbergasted by what he heard. Doug, take a listen.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they made some good adjustments. They started to kind of key on what we were doing, call out plays at the line. So, it just is what it is.
Caden, I just want to clarify something you said when you said they're calling out plays at the line, like they're there and they knew what you were doing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, a few times. I think they were starting to get reads on like formations and stuff, maybe stances. I don't know, but like I said, that's a really good defense. Like, we just got to be better.
So that was certainly something that the Colonel highlighted on Power Mizzou and his cohort, Cody Goodwin. Mike Elko addressed the media yesterday in College Station and was asked if A&M knew what Missouri was running, which certainly would not be a positive thing from the Missouri standpoint. Doug, take a listen.
Caden Green, after the game, said that y'all's defense was calling out plays. Were they tipping their plays at all, or is that something that you guys have kind of learn to do game to game where maybe y'all can pick up on some things?
I don't know anything about that.
That was it.
Now, you hear the audio, but you don't see the clip. I was listening to the Colonel's podcast this morning en route to the 101 ESPN studios, and he described the look on Mike Elko's face as, I believe, 2 seconds of the biggest ass-eating grin I've ever seen. In other words, I don't know anything about that, and then had a smile on his face. And then, next question.
I suppose it is very possible that Mizzou, with a freshman quarterback making his first start, kept their offense rather simple.
I can confirm that.
Yeah.
I think Mizzou fans are right there with the A&M defenders.
Yeah. And so they could just tell that, they've only got a few plays they're going to run here. This looks like the one they just ran. You could see how they could figure that out.
And they had 2 weeks to prepare.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they studied, I guess, the tendencies. I mean, this is a Mizzou player, not a Mizzou fan guessing this. It's a Mizzou player saying they were calling out what we were about to do. And then Mike Elko, of course, why would he comment? He's not going to.
Right, but as Gabe said, he had the biggest ass-eating grin. It wasn't like he was in denial mode. And the Colonel said that there is a linebacker on A&M, and I can't remember the name. Do you remember Jackson by chance? Who, he just loves
he stays
studying film.
Yeah.
And it's kind of become his thing. So when your guy...
Torian York.
There it is. When your guy, Shane Beamer, heads down there to see the 12th man and gig him, he might have to be ready to have some misdirections on the play calling.
Well, he'll figure something out. Be mad about it.
Oh, Shane Beamer just took a hit out of nowhere.
As far as I know, nobody is suggesting that A&M did anything illegal to make plays.
No, that's on the the team to counter.
Right. But
what the question became for Missouri fans was, okay, if they knew the plays, that's not a real good thing for the offense.
No. But Michigan had that thing going where they were electronically
No. There's none of that
signals.
going on. I know you had a busy weekend, but to be clear, that is not what anybody's
suggested
saying.
that.
Not at all. It's more of how the hell could this possibly happen?
And Mike Elko has to have the highest approval rating amongst SEC coaches right now with their fan base, right? I mean,
no question.
Lane Kiffin would be up there.
Keep in mind, he wasn't the coach 2 years ago, and they almost hired Mark Stoops, and there was a fan uprising about that. Mark Stoops is, hey, lovely win over the Gators and War Eagle, but it's not like there's a whole lot of attention on Kentucky football right now. So Mike Elko, it just was kind of a surprising hire from the standpoint of he was Jimbo Fisher's defensive coordinator. They whacked Jimbo Fisher, pay him $750 million, I think it was about the math on that thing. And then they bring back his defensive coordinator, who was the head coach at Duke. Speaking of payouts in the SEC, Doug, that little Southern debutante who grinds on recruits from South Boston, Brian Kelly. We got a situation here. Is there audio? You about to go to audio? Okay. This is from Dan Wetzel, posted late last night. In a legal filing against LSU's Board of Supervisors, Brian Kelly's attorneys say LSU has taken the position that it has not formally terminated him.
Seems like an odd approach.
So the backstory on it is, you may remember the governor was involved. The governor got the athletic director to fire Kelly. Then the governor got the athletic director fired after he fired Kelly and said there's no way that he would allow him to hire the next coach. So that was already going on. And then they came to Kelly, who is owed $54 million, and they offered him 30. And
so they owe him 54.
Here's a little deal for you. Would you be willing to take 30?
In 2 payments.
It's a deal.
Why
I don't know if they offered gift cards in addition to the 30.
Okay.
So then you would ask the question, would you
get your message over to the Slider House for a little bit? 30 million.
Why would he say yes?
That's a fair question. So now, because of that, the school, according to the petition for declaratory judgment, is now seeking to fire Brian Kelly, quote, for cause, and potentially avoid paying a full buyout of nearly $54 million. The filing claims that LSU informed Kelly's representatives of this position Monday. So they fired him. They offered to pay him approximately half of what they owe him. He said, no, I would like to be paid what we signed the contract for. They didn't like that he took that position.
No. So that's the cause for him being fired.
So now they are taking the position that they never fired him, but now they are firing him for cause. Now, as to why he wasn't in Tuscaloosa on Saturday night coaching LSU, we're going to have to wait for an answer on that. Maybe he called out sick. But he did not coach LSU on Saturday night in their loss to Roll Tide. However, he is now being formally terminated, and it will be for cause so LSU can avoid paying him. I think this is going to go well.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
It'll go well for Kelly. I don't know if it'll go well for LSU.
Where's the governor in all of this?
According to the copy of the lawsuit obtained by ESPN, quote, LSU's representatives had a call with Coach Kelly's representatives where LSU took the position that Coach Kelly had not been formally terminated. It informed Coach Kelly's representatives for the very first time that LSU believed grounds for termination for cause existed, end quote. The 48-page lawsuit was filed in the 19th Judicial District for the parish of East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, just hours after this call. According to the filing, Kelly's lawyers are seeking a declaratory judgment confirming that LSU's termination of Coach Kelly is without cause and that Coach Kelly is entitled to receive the full liquidated damages provided for in his contract. Quote, if LSU had cause, then the school would no longer owe the full amount of the buyout. But that's the whole premise. They didn't have cause. He didn't accept their offer. Now they're saying that they had cause. And I think for the first time in American history, the country rallies to Brian Kelly's side.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to think all of this out ahead of time.
And you can't claim a cause would be having a bad team or a team not as good as you thought it would be. That in itself doesn't count for a cause.
Well, now they'll be lining up to take this job. Hey, who wants to come down to LSU?
We don't keep our contracts.
We're a hot mess. Hey, we'll sign you to, I don't know, fill in the blank. We're not going to pay you, so we'll just sign it on this piece of paper. What a mess. Brian Kelly does, in this situation, garner some sympathy, which is hard to believe.
So right now, the lawyers for LSU are no doubt trying desperately to find someone who Brian Kelly said something inappropriate to, or he did do some dancing where he was grinding against some of the recruits. Yeah. I wonder if that could be called up as the cause.
I'll come back and bite him.
Yeah.
The first meeting, they said the AD, who was like Orange Arsberger or something. I can't keep track of all this LSU stuff.
I like that. Orangeburger.
But he offered him $25 million. Then they said a week later, a female associate AD offered him $30 million. So you just keep going back in each week until they get to what they actually owe you. It is the first time that we've seen somebody look at the ridiculous buyout and say, boy, we shouldn't pay that. Like, that's too much.
LSU football is dead. They will not get a big-name coach for a decade. That's from Ali Doesn't Know.
Somebody will take the job, but I do think if let's say you're Lane Kiffin and you were kind of thinking about it, this would probably give you pause. Like, oh, boy, I don't know if I want to go down to that mess.
I would agree with you on that. I would agree with you on that.
Somebody will get the gig, but maybe their first choice will say, Because
imagine in our industry, if the word, God, I guess it did happen now that I think about it.
Well,
like in a real company.
We could get real specific.
But if you had a contract and then the terms of the contract weren't acknowledged, the word would be out about that company. So if you're a coach and you got to litigate to get paid what you're owed, like I said, in order for Brian Kelly to be a sympathetic figure, you really got to work hard. So then if you're in the coaching industry and you're going, I don't want to deal with that. I'm not going to go put up with that nonsense. That was before Brian Kelly's team filed this claim that they're not paying him. And now that LSU is going to try to drum up cause.
The for cause termination in his contract allows for his firing due to material and substantial rules violation, being convicted of a felony or any crime involving gambling, drugs, alcohol, engaging in serious misconduct which either displays a continual serious disrespect for the mission of LSU or constitutes moral turpitude. Would you put it past him to try to find someone to claim that Kelly did something against them?
What an absolute circus that would turn into.
Especially because they're kind of showing your hand at the moment.
And they offered him $34 million. So if they had cause, then why were they offering him $34 million?
Right.
That might be an intriguing deposition to attend. I cannot stand Brian Kelly, but I hope Brian Kelly breaks them. What a crap show. Who in their right mind would go there? But I guess that there is always men lined up willing to hook up with the hot, crazy chick. So, ... Doug, that's from the Who's Your Trojan Horse?
Mm-hmm. Oh, brother. They ought to just pay it and move on.
Expect a wave of stories to come out about how awful he is from anonymous sources. Yeah. That's from Steven Time. That is what usually happens anytime any college coach is terminated, at least in the big schools. Then it becomes, did you hear that he did this? Did you hear that he did that?
Yeah.
And then somebody has an explosive report with all the details that just somehow got access
Feels
to.
like James Franklin was an exception to that. I feel like people were on the opposite side of that, kind of talking about how great he was as a coach. Just unfortunate what he ran into.
Mm-hmm.
But Kelly, for sure. People came out of the woodwork from all over the place.
I pray for Brian Kelly to win all that money from those trash people. That's from the Yugoslavian bruiser.
Huh.
LSU seems to not be able to pay their bills. No respectful coach will worry themselves with that mess. That's from Choke Artists 1.6.
Yeah, but an OC at a good school would take that risk. Get an opportunity to coach at LSU.
I wonder if there might be some schools in the future say we've got to stop giving all these enormous buyouts to these coaches, or we're going to wind up in the same situation.
But then they may not get the big name choice, but maybe they break the cycle by going after those assistant coaches who are looking for their break. Somewhere you got. I mean, if you're leaving Notre Dame to go to LSU, you're going to get everything.
And you got
want.
a $95 million contract.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you leave Notre Dame to LSU, you've got all this leverage. I don't need to leave Notre Dame when you're going from one big program to the next. But maybe when they get these younger guys, they can start to break the cycle.
Guys, we are due for a press conference this week from that Pee Wee Herman-looking ass governor now, and I can't wait. That's from Al in Dadeville. Maybe the governor will be speaking.
The governor looks like Pee Wee Herman?
Yeah, like a Cajun Pee Wee Herman.
Would have been a great film.
More than Brian Kelly, I just hate the South. Go get him, you dainty little shapeshifter. That's from Arbor Day, two-time texter of the year.
Does it feel like Louisiana's a little different than the South, given the Cajun Creole influx?
Yes.
It feels like Texas is different than the South. I feel like Louisiana is different than the South. I feel like everything.
Mississippi, Georgia, Bama.
North Florida, I would say, is a little closer. That can be. That's.
Yeah, I think South Florida wants to distance itself.
That's not the South, but like east of Louisiana, south of Tennessee, kind of. That's the old.
So you're not counting Kentucky.
Northern Kentucky, no. Southern Kentucky, maybe, yeah. Like Northern Kentucky's like Cincinnati, almost. So that's tough. But maybe folks in Kentucky would.
Well, there are problems at schools all over the country, though. It's not just.
Oh yeah, this was purely geographical stereotyping.
Is that in the dossier? Can we add that?
That's the benefit of the dossier. Anything can be added and certainly retracted.
Stereotyping.
Guys, I'm not sure I want to live in a world where I root for Brian Kelly to win anything. Thanks. That's from the 314. Yeah, we from the South do not claim Louisiana or Alabama. Alabama's only redeeming quality is keeping Georgia 150 miles away from Mississippi. That's Al in Dadeville. He's not a fan of Bama.
Okay. It just seems a little unfair to blame the whole southern region on this one case.
Do you have a clip of that governor? Because he does have that great dialect that exists down there. And he got involved, Doug, because they fired a football coach.
Right. And that's what you want your governor doing.
It's going to take a second.
Okay. Gosh, we thought it would be right there.
No, just let it breathe.
Right there.
What did Charlie say? Doug, this when you say something.
I'm going to talk about the Billikens while Jackson pulls this up. They're taking on Grand Canyon. They're 3-0. Doug, another shipping last night for the Billikens, putting up some points as well after they beat Lindenwood. Grand Canyon in the Mountain West, picked fourth in the Mountain West preseason poll, first year in the Mountain West, and that's who the Billikens are taking on this Saturday at 7 p.m. For tickets, go to slewbillikens.com. It is the 111th season of Billiken basketball. And Doug, I'm saying that on 11-11. Isn't that fun?
Gosh.
How fun is that?
Good times.
The Billikens in their 18th season playing inside Chaffetz Arena. 221-79 all time on the home court. Friend of the program in studio just 2 weeks ago, Robbie Avila, leading the Billikens. And he has been named to preseason watch lists for the Naismith Trophy, Oscar Robertson Trophy, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Award. So, Billiken head coach Josh Ertz, in his 18th season as a collegiate head coach, in his second season with the Billikens, will try to improve to 4-0 this Saturday. You can get tickets for the Billikens in Grand Canyon at slewbillikens.com. That's slewbillikens.com. Billikens in Grand Canyon. Jackson, do you happen to have the Louisiana governor who is a Cajun Pee Wee Herman?
I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach.
There you go.
This guy's out of central casting or something.
You can't invent that voice.
Yeah.
That's your governor.
Back to the Billikens briefly. Papers as an NBA honk. Is Robbie Avila an NBA prospect?
I would honestly say no.
And I think he even answered a texter when he was here that said, would you want to go play in Europe? And he was like, oh, yeah.
Or the developmental league. And he said he would probably rather play in Europe. That's correct.
I mean, I think he knows that he's probably not quite.
I think he just doesn't have the speed to keep up at the perimeter.
Yeah.
Skill-wise, he is as good as anybody.
He can shoot the bombs.
Sure. But it's all about being able to guard the perimeter at his size, and I just don't think it's there.
Go to Europe and maybe take a pay cut.
He can make a lot of money.
Make a lot of money.
He can make a lot of money playing basketball for a long time.
Yep. It's
plenty more
amazing.
opportunities than just the National Basketball Association.
All right.
And live a good life.
If he's up for all these national
Doug,
awards.
any other questions for papers?
Usually the
questions
guys
for papers. Send yours in.
Yeah, but that you have guys who are pure dominants in college basketball that just don't necessarily translate well to the pro game.
Jimmer
Fredette's a prime example. Anthony Bennett.
Adam Morrison.
Yeah, Adam Morrison. Zach Edey of recent. He's had some good minutes for Memphis, but he's not an everyday player.
All right. More questions for papers. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text them in. And then also you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 260 friends have gathered in there to talk it over, including John Scores, the Hunter, and Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who now has a Mississippi State logo on his avatar. He had Vanderbilt 3 weeks ago, A&M last week, and now Mississippi State. There's a part of me that thinks we might see Boomer Sooner next week.
I would think that's it's accurate.
Yeah,
it is what it is. You know, people are always going to hate. Not going to change my opinion.
No,
how about that. Look at
they
this
can
guy.
change their minds, Doug, but they can't change me.
True Sun, red alert. True Sun.
Okay.
You going on Saturday?
That was Jim Croce.
Hoping so. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to the Missouri Mississippi State game?
Hoping to. Yeah. It's the hope.
Look on Martin's face.
What's wrong?
Well, if you had a chance to go to the A&M game.
Right. More than a chance. I had you offer me 2 tickets.
Correct.
Yeah, and you were in Columbia.
Close enough.
Well, you were there.
I was there, but by the time Martin texted me, I was already 70 eastbound.
But wouldn't you prefer that
around.
game over Mississippi State?
In a vacuum, yes.
I mean, this is like a grapefruit league game now.
But I didn't. The circumstances weren't aligning last week. So this week, though, they would. So that's the hope. But you don't know. I don't know. It's going to be nice. Good weather on Saturday.
Really?
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the 70s.
Yeah.
Bees knees. I
Close
like
to
hearing
80.
that.
Yeah, I think it might have a slight chance of rain on Saturday, but it is much warmer weather. So
Senior night.
Man, senior night, yeah.
Wow.
Players.
Look at this, 75 degrees.
Yeah.
Holy crap. How do you do?
Yeah.
74 on Friday?
Yeah.
Doug.
That's frolicking weather.
That is frolicking weather.
Yeah.
Sundress season? Has it been extended?
Yeah, I think you could bring them out of the closet.
How many sundresses do you own?
2 tree.
Strapless?
Yeah, tube tops.
Oh.
Well, you asked.
Don't kick shame. Hey, it is Veterans Day today, and thank you to all who have served. And Five Iron Golf has a special deal for veterans today. The Veterans Day Five Iron Golf in Clayton wants to say thank you. All veterans will receive 1 free hour of sim time today. Just use the promo code VET60, VET60 at 5irongolf.com. Grab your buddies, take your best swing, and enjoy state-of-the-art golf simulators, a full bar, and great vibes, all at 5 Iron Golf in Clayton. Veterans, reserve your spot today with promo code VET60. That's VET60. You can do that in person or online at 5irongolf.com. 5 Iron Golf is on Forsyth in Clayton. Incredible menu for both food and the bar, and 13 TrackMan simulators with 200 of the best courses in the world, including St. Andrews, Bethpage Black, and Pebble Beach, all there for you to enjoy. Promo code today for Veterans Day, VET60. It is 9 o'clock in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the 1s and 2s. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pistons defeat the Wizards last night, 137-135. Cade Cunningham, 46 points, 12 rebounds, 11 assists. Not bad. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Boy, how am I going to explain this to my kids?
I wouldn't even try.
What do we got going on here, Jackie Papers?
This is Mouth by Merrill Bainbridge.
Whose Mouth?
Whose Mouth? No, the
Is
song
that what you just said?
No, the
Didn't
song-
Corey Feldman play Mouth in Goonies? Am I right on that?
I don't know. I just don't.
It's a tough nickname. The song is called Mouth, and it was ranked pretty highly in iconic horny 90s songs that list I have.
Okay.
So more of that coming your way. About the program.
The name of the song is Mouth?
Yep, by Merrill Bainbridge.
Okay.
I'm reading the lyrics. It does belong on that list.
Yeah. Oh, it's
naughty, is it?
Well, then again, how do I explain it to my children?
It's just love. That's all you explain. It's they'll get it one day about love.
Friend of the show, Brian Bartow. Yes, Pistons update. There it is.
That was for Brian Bartow.
Papers now does updates for specific. You're like Cameo.
Yeah.
Text in and I will give a specific sports update.
46 points from Cade Cunningham's nothing to sneeze at. It's worthy of a Sports Center update.
Huh? I didn't know he was called Motorcade till Bartow texted me that. Motorcade.
Yep.
How about that? Why don't you do that? You could do a Papers Cameo and you send them specific sports updates.
If I did it, I wouldn't do it, over the air. If I'm trying to wet my beak.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm offering you a little side hustle.
Not a bad idea.
All right. There it is, Doug. There's a plan in place for a side hustle for Little Jackie Papers. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on The Morning After. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com. Did you spend a weekend with Mark Hanna, yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
The whole weekend? He was at the wedding, yes. Did I spend the entire weekend with him? No. Does that count? Well, it's not offensive at all.
No. You seem defensive.
Did you dance with him?
I didn't dance with any other gentleman.
And this was at Norman H. Probstein? This was over the weekend?
Francis Park handball courts. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Greg Vaughn is also with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com, 314-889-0503. Listen to me and listen to me good. I go back 25 years. I would have gotten better lifts. I would have stayed on Propecia. And I would have gotten a financial advisor, and I would have been working with that Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategy. Why couldn't I have met him sooner, Doug?
Well,
Why couldn't I have met him sooner?
Fate.
So, 314-889-0503. It's a rare phone call that you get off the phone and you feel much better about yourself and your financial situation and the world. Mark Hanna has a gift. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Doug, we have some people who are not happy.
Okay.
I'm not really sure what this means, but Jackson and I really enjoyed this soundbite. You know where College Game Day is this weekend. Martin, you know where College Game Day is this weekend?
I do not. Is it in the SEC?
No, kind of a little, especially considering you got Texas and Georgia.
Feels like they've been out of the SEC for a second.
You got Alabama and Oklahoma. I think they're kind of hypersensitive to the criticism that they go to SEC games too often. I think the Vanderbilt, Missouri one was the one that really put it under the microscope. So they've now got one that you're going to have to be put to the test. It's not SEC. I can give you 10 seconds. Is it
random?
I would not say it's random, but it's not SEC. 10.
It's not Iowa,
9,
USC.
No, that would
well, two ranked teams, ranked not very high, but ranked teams.
Jackson knows.
I'll have to look at if I look at the slate quickly. I've not studied the slate. That might be a good indication.
Wisconsin, Indiana.
No.
Could I have initials, please?
I'm letting Martin play a guessing game, and I know he hates initials because he won't give them to us during surprise
Have
guests.
they been to Aggie Land in a while?
They are not going. Aren't they hosting Jackson's guy Beamer?
Yeah, I mean it's not a good game, but I just wonder if they felt like they owed some to the Aggies. Pitt.
That is it.
Pitt,
How about
Notre
that? For the
Dame.
first time since 2005, Pittsburgh.
Okay.
A dangerous Pittsburgh team. If you want to see Notre Dame not get into the college football playoff, you are a Pitt Panthers fan. Doug, is that Tony Dorsett?
He went to Pitt, sure. Dan
Hugh
Marino.
Green.
Aaron Donald.
Yeah. So, I mean, first time in 2 decades, they got game day. They got Notre Dame. They got a chance themselves to go to the college football playoff. We don't have that around here with Illinois or Missouri. Here you go. So what does Pat Narduzzi, the head coach of the Pitt Panthers, have to say about this one? Take a listen.
Do you feel like this is a must-win for this team when it comes to?
Absolutely not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. It is not an ACC game. I gladly get beat 103 or 110 to 10 in that game. They can put 100 up on us as long as we win the next 2 after that. But again, our focus is on Notre Dame and getting as many wins as we can, one at a time.
So he's willing to lose by 110 points. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was weird.
Is he saying, so is there the path with just the Atlantic coast?
Yeah, getting to
so basically I could still get in even if we lose, but that doesn't sound great.
No. That's a tight read. They do have Miami and Georgia Tech, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Jackson?
Yeah.
I think that's the answer you give if you lose that game. You say, hey, listen, we're still
so
fine.
they can control. They do control their own destiny to get to the ACC championship game, which would mean they control their own destiny to go to the college football playoff. However, I would imagine there are a number of Pitt fans who are incredibly excited about this coming weekend and showing the country, who might be like, Pitt, what? That they got a good team this year. And then the head coach says, we're fine losing 110 to 10.
Well, they definitely have to beat Georgia Tech because Virginia has the same conference record despite losing to NC State, who's
That's
in
correct.
the ACC.
But Doug, that wasn't a conference game.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
And
Like,
even if you're thinking that, your answer has to be, we're going to go out there. We're going to give it our best. This is one of the biggest games we've had in a long time. We can't wait. Notre Dame's a premier brand, but so are we. We're going to go there and take it right to them. And then when you lose 110 to 10, you say, it's okay. We still control our ACC fate. Disappointed. You don't say that in advance.
I mean, that's an all-time.
Like game 1 of a 7-game series. We could lose tonight and we'll still be fine. Oh, thanks, Coach.
College game day has really become quite a force.
Oh, it's something
football.
else.
Some of these places, there's as many people there almost as show up for the games.
It is something else. It is something I look forward to. I'll still be watching every Saturday morning, even with the Fighting Tigers out of the mix.
Have they done a 30 for 30 on game day? On how it evolved? And have they ever done a deep dive?
I'm sure that's coming soon.
Like, I'd like to see
first. Wouldn't that be waxing your car?
Oh, no one loves doing that more than
the mothership.
Yeah, your place for worldwide leader in sports. I love that.
Because I would like your own car. Who else is going to wax your car for you?
Biff did in Back to the Future.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He was
That was Crispin Glover? Am I right on that?
Crispin played the dad. Who played Biff Loman?
He'd be a great
Thomas C. Wilson?
Yeah, good call, Tim.
Crispin Glover would be a great
Now you're back with the gong.
guest picker this week at Pitt is Crispin Glover.
Has anyone seen him in the last 20 years?
But if they had the footage,
I
wouldn't
believe
you
he
like to
announced he
see
retired.
like the first game day? Like if there's 80 people back there going, "Hey, good to see you guys." Like, I would love to see the crowd sizes, how they've evolved.
It's something else. It's the best. I do love that show, and I think it's actually gotten better in the last couple of years because of the combination. Doug, watch this. The balance of the oil and vinegar of the personalities of Pat McAfee and the insight of Nick Saban.
Yeah, McAfee makes it for me. When he stands up and tries to get the crowd going and goes on a minute-long rant.
And he's playing Morgan Wallen's offense, Jackson?
They're running a similar one, I wouldn't say.
Well, and it's working.
For sure.
It's very popular.
You're not going to catch me disputing
Do
that.
the A&M players call out McAfee every week because they see it coming?
I will say Game Day does lose a touch of the luster when they do it on the field as compared to on campus. I think the on-campus ones are so much better. When they have to do it in the stadium, I'm not saying it's lame, but it's a different kind of energy, I
agree with you.
Yeah. Because I did that for Tech in Lubbock. Lubbock?
Mm-hmm.
Lubbock.
Lubbock.
Yeah. You ever been?
No. no plans to go.
Yeah, it doesn't seem great.
It's kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Pretty good sports these days, though, with basketball and
for
football.
sure.
Joey Maguire, the head coach. Boy, that would have been a good guessing game. I don't know how many people on the dais could have named the head coach of Texas Tech.
And he has a high school heavy background. Is
That's
that right?
He's not happy with Notre Dame, even though. So Pat Narduzzi's fine if Notre Dame beats him 110-10. Joey Maguire's not happy with Notre Dame in his comments regarding beating BYU. Doug, you'll follow.
Okay.
I was really excited whenever they joined the Big 12 because I think that they carry a lot of weight and a lot of respect. I think that I have a lot of respect for them entering a conference and not playing an independent schedule like other people. Y'all already know who that is. And so I have a lot of respect for that. I mean, they're earning their right just like everybody but a couple of people in the nation are earning their right through conference play, and playing in some really tough places.
Big shot in Notre Dame.
Notre Dame still plays some really good teams.
Doug, can you name the other independent school in the FBS?
Oh, nice. Little Jackie Papers.
This is
Is
a
it
really,
one of the
really
military
weird.
academies?
No, it's a state school.
Can I have an initial, please?
No, but I can give you a region.
Okay.
North. Northeast.
Did you say the Northeast?
Yeah. Basketball powerhouse.
Seton Hall?
No, state school.
Rutgers? No, not Rutgers. Can I have initials, please?
Rutgers is, of course, part of the Big
C.
Ten.
Connecticut?
Yeah.
No.
UConn.
Oh, I thought they were in the Big East.
They are, but no football.
In basketball.
Yeah.
Well,
Riz, on the FanDuel spread zone this past week, had this random-ass pick. He's usually kind of chalk.
Was it UConn Duke?
It was UConn Duke, and he loved UConn. I go, where in the world did you come up with that? And he shipped it.
Yeah.
The guy shipped it.
Yeah. They were talking about that on the SVP podcast about.
They loved UConn against Duke?
I think SVP put it in winners or something, and it's like watching it.
Duke could still wind up in the college football playoff because that's a non-conference game.
They have Virginia coming up, I believe. Yeah.
That ACC situation is
weird.
Quite a situation.
I think Joey Maguire was off, though, talking about Notre Dame and their schedule. They've played a legitimate schedule this year. Miami, Texas A&M, they've played. They've got
USC.
Pitt, USC. They played an SEC team in Arkansas, a Big Ten team in Purdue. Who knows where Stanford is now? Syracuse. They don't have to apologize for that schedule to anybody.
I think coaches just hate the fact that they're not in, that they're above it. They kind of do their own thing. Everybody else has had to kind of fall in line. So I think that's a built-in pretense there with all the coaches.
And the reason Notre Dame doesn't get in a conference, if you're on a message board, you say it's because they're cowards. If you're aware, it's because of their television deal.
Yeah, they get all the money.
Is that the one with NBC, right? They have a big deal with NBC.
Martin, I just believe it's anti-Irish Catholic.
And I'm not going to take it. I might leave at 10 in protest because this is more than I can take. It's kind of fun. Notre Dame when Notre Dame plays, whether you like them or not, it's a big game. You look up, if they're playing Boston College, like, oh, it's Notre Dame.
I'm sure every team on their schedule circles Notre Dame and says, boy, this will be fun.
I love the fact their coach, Marcus Freeman, has anybody mentioned him going to LSU, mentioned him taking any of these openings?
I've
Florida?
seen it, but most people are like, he isn't going anywhere.
Right, and I love that too.
I feel like he would only move for Ohio State, former Buckeye himself.
Yeah. NFL gets talked about with him. That's one of the things with regard to these coaching jobs. I can't remember. I don't know if we played it or if I was just reading about it. That if you talk to, it might have been Stanford Steve on Van Pelt's podcast.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, how they just don't want to go.
He goes, man, because they'll be on the road he's on College Game Day, and then they go to Monday Night Football. And he'll see, because Joe Brady, who's now with the Bills, Joe Brady was with Orgeron in 19 with, for my money, the best college team of the 21st century, the 2019 LSU team. And he goes, man, we'll talk to some guys who are in the NFL who used to be at college, and with that NIL thing and in the schools and the fan bases, they want no part of going back from the NFL to college. No part. They would rather stay as coordinators than go back because of the insanity. Now you sit there and go, my God, but I mean, you might be making X as a coordinator in the NFL, but imagine what it would be like to get, Brian Kelly, we just talked about, nearly $100 million contract. Now he's going to have to litigate to get it. But, that's that's a different spot. But it just kind of shows the mindset of those who have been on both sides of it, and they want no part of it.
Well, when you think about a college coach, the quality of life goes right down the tank because you're constantly working. If you're not coaching your team at that moment, you're recruiting somebody, trying to flip somebody. Whereas in the NFL, season's over. Yeah, you're going to be looking at who you're going to be drafting and trades and that, but by and large, you're having off season. Not the case in college football.
Well, and your front office is largely scouting all the players,
Right.
and then they draft them
You can
for
delegate
you.
it. Yeah.
And you're busy with the football team. If you're a college coach, you're busy with the team. This kid's in town. You got to go to his high school game on Friday. Then you get him to sign, and you do a video jumping around, and then he leaves 4 months later anyway.
Right.
I mean, I think right now, I think it's a real fear right now. How many of these star players like Olugbade or Speedy Keys or whatever, like thinking about leaving, and that's a real thing. And the system right now is just such a chaotic system. If I would go to the NFL in a heartbeat if I could as a college coach.
See, I think if Marcus Freeman were to leave, since that was discussed, I would think it would be more likely he'd go NFL over Ohio State, even though I know he's a Buckeye. But I might be wrong. I mean, that's 100% speculative. Packers defensive coordinator left the Boston College head coaching position to take that Packers job. That's from John Gruden's burner. Freeman has shown an ability to learn from his coaching mistakes. Notre Dame seems like they really got a good one with Marcus Freeman. That is from the 636. And he's only 39.
Crazy.
How about that?
Crazy.
Hey, Tim, one of my favorite lines from Rudy is when his father says, "My son is going to Notre Dame." That's from Hal in Hillsboro.
Yeah, it's a proud moment for anyone who gets into Notre Dame. That's got to be one of the toughest schools in the country to get in.
Have you ever been there, Doug?
I have. Beautiful.
I've never been to a game
Beautiful
there.
place.
Did you go to a game?
No, one of my kids had a baseball tournament there. It's as beautiful a college as you'll ever see.
Papers, what about Mizzou at Notre Dame?
Would love to go.
When is that sucker?
Is that December 3rd?
The basketball game?
It's on
the
a
2nd.
Tuesday.
December 2nd.
We'll both call in sick, but then they'll know because I just said it out loud. That's Tuesday, December 2nd.
In South Bend.
Starts at 8 o'clock. What would it take us to get there? 5 or 6 hours? PJ?
You make a time change when you go into South Bend?
Probably not because it's an 8 o'clock
But if you make a mistake and drive too far north on the back roads and wind up in Michigan, as I did the last time I was up there, you immediately spring forward an hour even though you're going north.
Yeah. Yep. I experienced that this summer.
And then I lost the hour when I turned around.
Yeah. And it's time traveling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I know in Indianapolis, that's East Coast time. But I don't know where South Bend is in regard to Indianapolis.
Rudy's the biggest Circle J film of all time. I bet Movie Boy probably rates it an A+. Also, Rudy was offsides. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins. He rides a tricycle around the parking lot out there.
I can't say Rudy is one of my favorites personally.
I've never seen it.
What about a Movie Boy on it?
A Movie Boy on Rudy? If Notre Dame wins it all, I'll do a Movie Boy on Rudy.
Yes!
If they win it all. I'll try to get Sean Astin on.
Might be available.
And he
a guest picker, Tim, was in Pittsburgh at Pitt. Dan Marino?
Wiz Khalifa?
Dan Marino would be a good play. Wiz Khalifa would be a great play.
I bet they go Marino.
Andrew McCutcheon? He's royalty there.
But he didn't go to Pitt.
Yeah, he's Pittsburgh royalty.
So do they start with alma mater and then go to local celeb?
Larry Fitz?
Doug, give the Penguins schedule in front of you because maybe Vitale can put a call in to Sid.
They'll go Marino.
He not with CBS anymore? I don't know if he
don't
is.
think so.
No, I don't
Doug,
think
is he still selling isotoner gloves?
I don't know what he's selling now.
Dan Marino, Central Catholic, the Christian Brothers School in Pittsburgh. Dan Marino, Mark Bolger, Dick Ford. There
Dick
you go.
Ford also.
Central Catholic, Pittsburgh.
I remember on my trip to Notre Dame, afterwards we went to the beach there in Indiana. If you've never seen the beach in Indiana, you'd think you're in Southern California. Also. Gorgeous.
Right? Beautiful, right?
Gorgeous
Lake
sand
Michigan.
beach on Lake Michigan. You see Chicago off in the distance. We go there, and when we're done playing around on the beach for the day, I've got to go to the bathroom so bad, I can't hardly hold it anymore. There's you got to walk through the woods about, 50 yards of woods before you get back to the parking lot. And I think, I really have got to go pee-pee, and there's not a bathroom anywhere. I said, I'll just find a tree here and go real quick, like you might do on a golf course. I'll go real fast. Who am I going to know out here? No, who's going to know me if I get caught? So I do it, and as soon as I'm done and zip up my pants, who's standing right there next to me? Dave Luking of the Post-Dispatch.
The old hockey beat writer.
What the hell? How could you possibly be there right now?
And you were the lead story the next day.
I guess he was doing the same. They were going to the beach as well.
Hello, Vivian.
It was one of those moments where you say, I think there's only about 1,000 people in the world. Because you see the same people wherever you go.
I think what happened is Luking didn't write about it, but he gave it to Jerry Berger.
I don't know that I don't think he caught me.
Let's go burgering. Spotted in the woods with a gentleman.
He didn't catch me going, but it was just a second that I'd zipped up my. There he was.
There was a little bit, and it said, "Yep, that was Vaughn getting naughty."
Foot Fetish Friday. South Bend's the armpit of America, Doug. Very good golf course, though. Great architecture. That's from Tervis Parish.
Yeah,
a lot of Donald Ross courses out there.
Got a really cool College Football Hall of Fame was there at the time. I don't know if it still is. That was neat.
Didn't you guys have Hawk Harrelson on?
Yes.
And he commuted from South Bend every night to White Sox games?
Is that right?
I don't
crap.
know why I heard that, but I remember that. And I'm thinking, well, why would you do that? You could live in Chicago. I mean, you got everything you need somewhere in Chicago. And he was driving to White Sox games from South Bend.
It's about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense.
I don't want to turn into
traffic.
They are not happy about the time zone discussion on the program.
Oh, nice.
The Hunter says they like to peddle fake time zone information on this program.
Yeah, it's a big thing we like to do.
It's a kink.
Yeah, really gets us rolling.
Email in on time zones the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, tell us about Design Air, would you?
Well, Design Air are the people that you call if you got any kind of problems with your furnace or air conditioner. Even if you don't have a problem, makes a lot of sense to have them out to do some regular maintenance. So then when the weather gets really cold, as it's going to be, and it has been the last couple of days, you know when you hit that thermostat, it's going to work. You can call one of the many people they have. They've got the lovely Brian. They got Larry the Silver Fox, the dashing Steve, the bold and daring Adam.
I thought you said they had many people.
Well, yeah, they do.
You said many people.
I'm going to apply.
Got a lot of wonderful technicians.
One of those minis.
They're minis. So I guess there's probably one that's rather short. But you take your pick. You don't really get your pick. They send whoever's out there in the area. But whoever it is, whether it's a mini person or the bold and daring Adam, they'll get you taken care of. Toot Sweet. That's what they do. Their technicians have been with them for a long time. Design Air, great company, been around St. Louis since 1904 now, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy, and not just another HVAC company. They also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Thank you, Seth Goldkamp, for that. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need, so whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Email in for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. You can go online and learn more about Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com. And right now you can get 3 samples for free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passions flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come on in or talk to them and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the last 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring in 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. All right, Doug, here we go. It's Trashed Tuesday at Fenton Bar and Grill, brother. I might have to get out there. I might have to get out there. Those trash chicken tenders, those trashed wings. My older son likes the wings. Me and my younger son, we're on the tendies. And my wife, she'll eat what I damn well serve.
Right.
And that's just the way I was
she'll
raised.
Like it.
That's the deal. That's just the way that it is. It is Trashed Tendies, Trashed Tuesday, Trashed Wings at Fenton Bar and Grill. If you have not had the Fenton Bar and Grill wings, we got it going today with TMA. Trash Tuesdays, $1 off all trashed items from 5 to 9 at Fenton Bar and Grill. Go out there, pick them up. If you see me and you get past the security detail, let's not talk.
No, let's be professional.
Thank you. Let's respect what I have done in this market for the last quarter century. Let's celebrate it, but in silence.
Right.
Fenton Bar and Grill.
You wanted to be a star, and now you are, so just leave you the hell alone.
Thank you.
Mission accomplished.
Thank you. Catering holidays and office parties. that would be a wonderful play if you're having a holiday party with Fenton Bar and Grill and the wings and tenders. I like the seasoned fries. That's my play. And the gold sauce. Oh, the gold sauce. I've got bottles of that gold sauce all over the house. It is so choice. Plus, they have gift cards and hats and hoodies. It's Fenton Bar and Grill. Chuck from Fenton Bar and Grill. Reservations for groups of over 8 would be great. If they have availability, they'll do it. Best trash wings and tenders in the Midwest. Trash Tuesdays at Fenton Bar and Grill. $1 off all trashed items from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Then you can settle in and watch the Blues and the Flames. Pregame here on 101 and ESPN, 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. I had the non-link, actually, so I was texting with, and he said he was surprised listening to Chris Kerber with us yesterday, that Kerber said if there was a move out there, he wouldn't be surprised if the Blues pursued it. Not to say that they will, but that stood out to him. Anything stand out to you guys when we were talking? Doug, I know you weren't here yesterday, but considering it is super early in the season, but the reason why that conversation came up, Doug, is I imagine you weren't live streaming on your day off, although I think you should, is that Frank Saravelli said that Doug Armstrong is already open for business. Now, whether that means he's pursuing or people are just checking in are two different conversations. But
I think it would make sense to shake it up a little bit. This is going on for a while now this season, where it's not turned. You've had blips where you say, "Oh, they're going to be better," and even Monty, the whole music thing. Yeah, it's cutesy, but he was basically saying, "Let's go, guys. Let's get some energy." I mean, it's kind of a weird tactic when an NHL coach has to start blasting rock music, hoping that his team will have a pulse. So maybe trading a player, the benching of Cairo, even the in-game benching of Robert Thomas. It's pretty clear that I think Armstrong and Montgomery are both saying, all right, we got to jolt this team in any way we can. So I think Armstrong would, I'm not predicting a trade, but I bet you anything he would look into it.
It was funny. I was watching an NHL podcast yesterday. We played, Marek, right? We played that a couple weeks ago. And he was saying, you know what the irony of the Cairo situation is the one team that could use him. Anybody see this clip?
No.
The Toronto Maple Leafs. They could use, yeah.
Hey, Craig, we got something in the works. We're good, thanks. No, but there's this player. Yep, familiar. That's hilarious.
Yeah, can you imagine? But alas, they didn't necessarily think that there would be a fit there.
That's interesting.
But they said they just look really slow right now, and they could use a player with Kairou's speed.
I would think anything's on the table for the Blues at this point, because this season really has been just a colossal dud so far. And they may want to bring somebody in with some little fire, some personality.
I mean, if you finish off that Seattle game, it's a different feeling, because then it's 3 out of 4. You could say, hey, we won Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We had the clunker against the Capitals. But by losing, and again in that fashion, a late goal, 6-on-5, it just kind of restarts the whole conversation. If they just pulled that one out, I think you'd feel a little better about where they are.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
Exactly. Same goes for the NHL.
Exactly. Yeah. And actually, that's true with a shootout and a point.
No way in hell Kyrou goes to Toronto. As much as I'd love it, get him out of here. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
And to be clear, I don't think Tim was saying he would go to Toronto.
Correct.
We were laughing at
the observation of the podcast was that if there was one team where it would make sense because of how slow they've looked, it's the Toronto Maple Leafs. But they were saying it wasn't going to happen because of who the head coach is. That's what the observation was.
I've always thought Kyrou would be very good on a very good team, which, sounds pretty obvious. But I think if you weren't counting on him to, be a two-way guy, if you needed him for the power play or to play with another really good center, he could be a very, very valuable guy for someone who needs some offense. And not really
right roof daddy!
Like that, yeah.
Get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
Texter, who's on first, said, little personality, maybe like Milan Lucic, maybe. I think he'll get added into the mixer at some point. I don't know what he has left in the tank, but just the idea that maybe you'd get a little bit more of an edge.
The wild man runner. Maybe suit up Steve Ott.
Well, they're not happy in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Can someone DM me when they stop talking hockey and start talking about a more interesting sport? Thanks, Doug. That's Lex Luthor, who is not happy that we are talking about the St. Louis Blues, the only active professional sports team in the St. Louis metropolitan area as of November 11th, 2025.
Still mad at us.
Give me your fucking feet.
Hey, it's got nothing to do with
How
Cairo.
could anyone have ever yelled that with such energy?
Rest in peace, Stan. Stan. Come on, we can't even say Stan. Get to put
Craig,
the N
would
on
you
that.
say you guys should be bullying these hoes?
Jackson's just decided to respond through drops.
Go for it, Papers. Go. Keep going. Come on. Have a little tism.
Williams' hands were shaking.
What else?
I just don't understand guys sending pictures of other guys' junk.
Oh.
Is that a thing?
I hope not.
Is there
How'd it feel to pitch with a lead like that? Nice.
Who said that, Arch? Tim, are we in under construction, or is this more stuff for your ears?
I'm still on what sweaters will the Blues wear tonight. That was 7-3 of the Stiefel dossier. When you see that at 7-3, you know you're going to earn your paycheck.
I glossed over that. Come on, Papers.
They
keep
have to
going.
go with the light blue. They have to go with the light. You can't say, oh, it's a jinx. We can't possibly win a game in these uniforms. No, you can't allow that thought process to come through.
Doug, I'm lactating. Thanks.
Okay, I didn't need to know that.
Talk some golf. That's from the Sun Launcher.
Boy, I love the game of golf, but I don't even know if you said talk golf right now, what the hell topic there would be. Am I missing something?
You want to talk about golf?
Well, people still playing. Courses are still open, I guess.
I have been playing, but unless you want me to detail my round.
What about the
Going through-
professional
Chairman, you
game?
do it.
Right.
Not a lot to talk about.
Aggressive swing change. I'm out there at that Elevate Golf, Doug, in Lake St. Louis. You talk about I-44 being God's highway.
Right.
I would like to introduce into the discussion, and I was discussing this with my wife en route to Columbia, Missouri. Do I even bother sharing it with the audience? But the thing is so damn large. There's room for everybody. The best road in the St. Louis metropolitan area.
836.
364. Oh.
AKA the Page extension.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, there's nobody on it, and you go 80 miles an hour.
Oh! I might just drive it for fun.
Really?
Forget the Pacific Coast Highway.
Okay.
Give me 364.
All right.
Is that cruising? Would that be cruising? Cruising up
What are you
down?
going to do today? Drive up and down 364 and look at foliage.
Yep, that's right.
We took that. I kept saying as we were driving to Columbia, and this is with the unfortunate traffic accident. Did you know Martin was in an accident on Saturday? Doug?
No, what happened?
I was a passenger en route to the Mizzou game, and we took the 364 Page extension.
Isn't it glorious?
Yeah, just to avoid traffic, which we later created. Unfortunately.
Well, what happened in the wreck?
Well, it was a car, stop, and then we plowed into the car in front of us.
At what speed?
Pretty good. Somebody was asking me that at work yesterday. I'm trying to estimate because in the seconds that it happened, my colleagues on the brakes. I think still by the time of collision, we're probably at 30, 40 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
I mean, well, I'll show you a picture, Doug. Yeah.
That would smash up the car completely.
Pretty good. I mean, the engine went kind of up towards the old windshield.
This
there,
was the Channel 2 car?
Yeah, that's how I knew. And
full display, Doug, for everybody en route to the game.
So how did you get there then?
Hitchhike, like the good old days.
Oh, yeah.
Tim,
gosh, yeah.
It's pretty good. Tim actually texted and said, "Is there anything we can do?" And I said, "I could use a ride." He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're on a time crunch."
Yeah, I had to get to Lauderdale, the Huntley of.
You didn't really mean what can we do?
My wife had the phone, and she's a good human being and a fan of Martin's, and so she did say, "Oh, come back," because we were only like 5 minutes passed when I said, I wonder if that was Martin, because I knew he was going to the game. We didn't see you. We just saw the car. Anyway, even with that, but there's always traffic at, 40 and 70, I guess, because that's not I-64 at that point. Hell, I don't know. People don't like you calling it I-64 anyway. That I'm like, oh, my God, we left the house at 11 o'clock, and we're already past Warrenton or getting close to, I don't even know whatever, because you avoid that 40 traffic. And
so even if you have to go out of your way to get to 364, it's still worth it.
100%. It is glorious. Anyway, so I go out to this place called Elevate at Lake St. Louis, and 364 turns into N, which is what it's off of. And it's incredible. I mean, the instruction's great. But the only reason that I'm like, I'll probably go there at some point today is because I just hop on 364 and I'm there in 20 minutes. I mean, I'm in Lake St. Louis in 20 minutes because this 364.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happened on the Highway 40 reconstruction in 2008 because I don't really know what was fixed. I think you can make a case, actually, that there were more problems caused and we shut the thing down for a couple of years. It's very odd. I'd like a 30 for 30 on it. I'll bankroll Buck Swope's investigation. I think nobody would do a better job. The man saved Tower T, for God's sakes. But I think there's something to be talked about there. But whoever is responsible for 364, so many critiques of things that go on in the St. Louis metropolitan area, that person deserves a little pat on the backside because that is now Yahweh's highway.
I wonder if the officials are a little miffed as to why there aren't more people that use it. Because you get out there west on 64, Chesterfield, a little farther west than that, it's really clogged up. It's a nightmare all the way up to Wentzville. But 364 will drop you off right there in Lake St. Louis.
And then you got like 4 miles, I think, before you're at 70. I can commute from Columbia now.
That's how I used to get to Columbia when I lived in my parents'
Is that
house.
right?
Oh, yeah, every time.
Do you not like that I'm telling this secret?
No.
That is always the concern.
Yep.
Yeah, they're like, what? There was a Curb Your Enthusiasm about that where
That's
Larry
right, the
found
secret route.
secret route through the valley.
I did a fishing story in Rhinelander, Wisconsin. These old guys said, just don't mention the lake. And I said, well, where do I say we were? He said, you can't say the lake. I'm like, okay, because we caught some bass. I'm like, don't give away the secrets.
Stop telling people about 364.
Yes.
Stay off of it.
Hey,
too boozy.
I knew that was coming.
I've never been in a traffic tie-up on 364 ever. I'm sure it's happened at some point.
It's just an easy drive.
Yeah.
I look forward to my drive to Elevate.
Wide lanes.
I'll podcast something. I'll settle in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go work on compressing this ball. I'm telling you, Papers, if you go out there, next thing you know, Mr. Siders won't be able to give you trouble about that 7-iron anymore.
Yeah, I need some work. I do love those autumnal drives, where it's really...
It's going to have a problem with
autumnal.
But when I was driving to Columbia on Friday for the SEMO basketball game...
not for the Texas A&M football game.
Accurate. Despite the drive taking me 3 hours, it was one of the best fall sunsets I've ever seen. It was gorgeous. The yellow and orange leaves on the trees in rural Missouri. It was awesome. Loved every second of it.
Okay.
Damn near brought a tear to my eye.
No,
you started to weep over an autumnal sunset?
As you're driving home, you're crying.
To watch
not necessarily
Missouri
crying.
basketball game, but then driving east to see Herb in St. Louis and watch the football game with him and producer Joe's landing strip at Dee's place?
No. No, just some about that autumn sunset really made me think.
About what?
You must have had some fabulous ass lined up on Saturday. That's my read. That's all I got for you. I mean, let's just call it how we see it.
I would understand why you'd assume that. But it was just because I made plans. I wasn't going to break the plans.
Yeah, with some fabulous ass.
PCP's got a nice ass.
Doug?
Private
Citizen Pete.
PCP? Private Citizen Pete.
That's who I had plans with.
This is why you're upset that I went to a straight wedding.
I never said that. I never said that.
I think it was the texters.
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew the situation. I had already passed judgment months ago.
Hey, Tim, welcome to God's country. I live at 364 in Bryan Road, and I feel honored that you passed by my house.
No.
It's 314. Martin knew it was coming.
I suppose that'll evolve over the years because that's where most of the new growth is in that area. So I think that highway will become more heavily used in the coming years, you would think.
A lot of people getting their St. Charles up about this 364 thing. Calm down, Hoosiers. You'll get back to your beige siding and cul-de-sac just fine. That's from Arbor Day.
Well, now that hit close to home.
Is it bad to have beige siding?
Jeez.
A lot of people have it.
Yeah.
In a cul-de-sac?
Well,
I don't mind the cul-de-sac.
I like a cul-de-sac.
A lot of parking.
Yeah, less traffic.
Yeah.
If you are from Webster Groves and drive on 364 past Mid Rivers, Cottleville police will stop you and deport you back to your squalor. That's from the Veiled Prophet, Doug, and there's that Cottleville, Webster Groves.
Okay.
I'll tell you, I don't run into any issues ever on 44. Almost always.
Not usually.
Super clear.
If you enjoy 44, you'll love 364.
Since I got my license, I've been driving on 364.
You might be able to get to Columbia, Missouri in 45 minutes by using 364.
Oh, yeah. I drove there on Christmas Day, 2019. Had to drive to Columbia to work at the movie theater.
Did you cry on that trip, too?
Time and a half. Lucky I
You
celebrated.
worked at a movie theater in Christmas in 2019?
That's right. Yeah. I was in college.
You got some crap in your mouth now that
There
you need
was
to spit
some-
out?
there
I
was some
picked
in
up
my-
a read.
some in my throat.
Maybe we can get a gif of that.
No, I had some in my throat, and I cleared it out.
Yeah, but I feel like it's still like lingering in your mouth right now.
Here, give me a moment.
Yep, I thought so.
No, it might just be some phlegm. You know, it's that time of year. Well, you asked.
But what else was it going to
I
be?
don't like the word phlegm or how it's spelled.
Wow, what is that supposed to mean? How am I going to explain that to my kids?
I don't know.
My favorite part of this whole segment is in the break leading up to it. Tim said, I'm going to do a real quick segment.
I looked at the clock and I said 17 minutes, and I go, I remember saying to the commercial break, I'm going to do a 1 minute segment because we're behind.
And I looked at the clock, I'm like, oh, that's right, this was the one that was going to be short.
If by from Webster Groves, the Veiled Prophet means brown, then I can confirm that Cottleville police. Oh, I see what you're saying, and I'm going to bail. I thought he was talking about siding. Nope.
No.
Now I will bail on the segment. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Thanksgiving only a couple of weeks away, and Schnucks is helping make this Thanksgiving more affordable, offering you the lowest prices on turkeys in 15 years. Where were you in 2010? Buying a Sam Bradford jersey, probably. That's right. Right now, through the 26th of November, those whole frozen turkeys are just 57 cents per pound. Lowest prices in 15 years. It means you can save big on your Thanksgiving centerpiece, serve your whole family, no matter how many guests you have coming over. To get this deal, you just make a $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey. Limit one per customer. Prices vary by store. And, of course, they'll also have savings. So many other items that you'll love to serve alongside the turkey. Be sure to check out the weekly ads. Don't miss any of the other deals that are all part of the countdown to Thanksgiving. This is going on until November 26th, the day before Thanksgiving. So this Thanksgiving, head to Schnucks for all your feast essentials, saving you money as best they can at your neighborhood Schnucks.
You still doing your horny songs?
Yeah.
Is this 6 Feet Underground?
6 Underground, yeah.
And this is hot?
This one was high up also on the horny 90s list.
Nice. Does it make you think of Mark Milton, Doug?
Well, usually tax problems make me think of him, but this song, yes, I think Milton would agree that this song makes people run to his office and ask them about any kind of tax issue they may have, whether they have unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, keeping you up at night, or you could be facing IRS criminal investigation, which is a lousy thing. You don't need trouble with the godforsaken tax man. That's why Mark Milton is right there to be on your side if any of these issues should come up. He earned his accounting degree from Illinois, #1 accounting program in the country, law degree from St. Louis U. Now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area. And just recently, Mark Milton was recognized as one of the most prestigious Missouri lawyers by the Media Power List, top tax and estate planning attorney in the state. That's how good he is. He used to work in D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is at the top of his field. Any kind of tax problems or questions you might have, Mark Milton is definitely the guy to go to. Any kind of issues, he's at stltaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, nope, I'm not guilty. Yep, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646 or talk it over with other TMA listeners. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in, the Dallas Mavericks are expected to fire GM Nico Harrison today. Sources are telling Shams Charania Harrison is the one who traded Luka Doncic last season to the Lakers. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, what about that Fiona Apple?
Well, what about her? Boy, what can you say about her that hasn't already been said?
The song is great.
Fiona,
You like this jam?
Apple.
It's the first time I've ever heard it. Really like it.
Have you ever heard this song?
Mm-mm. No, sir.
Really?
Yep.
I'm gonna fold. I think he's got something.
I'll be honest. This is the first Fiona Apple song I've ever heard.
What about Shadowboxer?
I'd have to listen to it. I'm poor lyrically like Doug.
And then there's Smooth Criminal, which was Michael Jackson, but Alien Ant Farm did it later?
That's correct. All these things are accurate right now.
Polo G also did a Smooth Criminal remix.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, guys, earlier today, Pale said they, quote, ran for the hills after a tornado hit Forest Park. Why would you do that during a tornado? Do you know how tornadoes work? I've been thinking about it for a couple hours now. That's from John Mardukas.
Oh, I'm glad I stick in your memory. I'll take that as a
if you get the
W.
warning that it's coming, you might want to get in your car and skedaddle.
Skedaddle is the right word. Scatter, scram.
Right.
That was just a turn of phrase. We didn't necessarily run for any hills in particular. I guess Art Hill would be the closest hill proper at that time.
If you're in the middle of a golf course and one comes, what do you do then?
Ooh.
You look for a ditch, I guess, to lie down.
Probably some low area.
Yeah.
Definitely don't go by trees.
Siren's already gone off at that point, boys.
Yeah, you'd hope that you'd be far enough
But
inside.
sometimes we ignore them because you look around. No, there's nothing here. I'm all right.
Not this program.
This whole program doesn't ignore
We
sirens?
respect golf course employees and their air horns.
That's how we've built this show, by respecting golf course employees and their air horns.
My plan when I worked at Forest Park is if anyone broke in, to take the two air horns, sneak up behind them, put them on their ears, and blow them.
Oh,
I think it would liquefy their brain.
Yeah.
Would it really?
I would really mess you up. They were really loud.
Mm-hmm. When the consultants say to Kioski, what is this clearing the deck on the dossier? It's, here, tune in right now. This is clearing the deck.
We are in clearing the deck here on TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And if you are feeling sluggish, then that's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. Long time TMA sponsor. And the name of the game is supporting the sponsors. I've been tested at Mentality. In and out within 20 minutes. Super friendly staff. Very easy process, and now I know my levels. They also test you for free testosterone, which many places do not do. It is Mentality. They are online at mentalityhealth.com. If you or your family have seen a change in you, if you're not quite yourself anymore, or you're struggling to focus or no energy for the people you love, that's where Mentality can help you out. Visit mentalityhealth.com. That's mentalityhealth.com to reserve your spot. Jackson, Danny Cannell says he's done with G5 teams getting into the college football playoff. I have not heard this. What's going on here?
There you go.
Guaranteeing a group of 5 team in the 12-team playoff makes 0 sense. We just put up the favorites there. USF, if they win the American, they will be in as a 2-loss team. One of those losses was 49-12 to the Miami Hurricanes, who probably are going to be on the outside looking in, but you have to guarantee one of these group of 5 spots. There has to be some sort of requirement, a minimum requirement that the group of 5 should have to meet in order for them to get access to the playoffs. Make it so they're top 16 in the country, somewhere where it's in the vicinity of the top 12. We did not have a group of 5 team ranked in the top 25 by the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. And if you want to have it in fairness, so you don't feel like you're just screwing over the group of 5, make it for everybody. If you're an ACC, Big 12, or even an SEC or Big 10, you should have to be ranked the same way, so that you avoid teams with 3 and 4 losses that are conference champions and, oh, well, we just have to put them in. Guaranteeing a group of 5 team a spot in the 12-team playoff makes no sense.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to argue with that, I guess.
I understand where he's coming from. I do have to say that because I think it was built because of UCF a few years ago, and then they wound up playing War Eagle, beat War Eagle, and then they claimed that they were national champions since they never got a chance to play for the championship. And so when they came up with the playoff, 12 spots, that's 3 times as many as we have now. Let's go ahead and just throw a group of 5 team in there. And now you're sitting there going, yeah, there probably isn't one that's worthy. If it's South Florida, he mentioned their lost to Miami. If it's Memphis, they lost to UAB. UAB is rough.
Navy got rolled by Notre Dame.
Yeah. So
you go James Madison, but they haven't played anybody really.
So it's a tough spot. Do you get them in the top 20? Do you have to be in the top 25? He's saying put them in the top 16.
I just think no matter how many teams you have in the playoffs, there'll be teams on the bubble complaining that they deserve to be in and don't. If you had a 32-team playoff, there'd be teams saying, geez, we really should be one of the top 32.
It's always tough, too, because, if you took the last team out versus the G5 school and you made, a neutral site spread, it would almost certainly be the Power 4 school being the favorite.
Yeah.
But then are we trying to put together the 12 best teams or the 12 best resumes? Because I think the G5 can make a claim for 12 best resumes.
How about this from Jugs in D.C.? The problem is these coward Power 5 teams won't give Group of 5 teams the games to be ranked. It's from Jugs in D.C.
Yeah.
I think there's something to that. You disagree with it?
Well, you look at the teams we've mentioned as possible teams. Navy played Notre Dame. And
that doesn't have anything to that goes back.
That's a historical match.
All right, South Florida played Miami and Florida.
I tip my cap to, by the way, because I think that was one of the big things is Florida won't play UCF. I realize you're talking about USF here, but to Florida's credit, they did it, and it probably expedited the process of Billy Napier. Doug, you call him Sunbelt Billy?
I never have.
We had to go home and see what Sally was fixing.
Tulane played Northwestern, Duke, and Ole Miss. I get not necessarily household names, but certainly Power 4 schools nonetheless.
Ole Miss is...
Well, Ole Miss notwithstanding. But yeah, I guess I get that. But there's some team. American teams, they play some guys. James Madison played Louisville.
Well, you just never know.
But in basketball, don't you want the little teams in? God bless the SEC, but when they get 13 teams, it's kind of gross, and you want as many of those little teams in because they do occasionally pull the upset. I think in football, we're less interested in that.
Right.
You kind of want to see... Now, Indiana's not a known commodity like last year. You wanted them in. That was exciting, but they're not a small-time school. Whereas in basketball, I can't wait for those little teams to play,
because they get in by winning their conference tournaments.
Yeah, and I love it for them. But in football, I'm good with.
Is it that we're not interested or not used to it? Because I think there could be a difference there.
But it doesn't bother me. That the big brands are really what we're focused on in football. And in basketball, God, I want as many of those mid-majors in there just in case they can knock somebody off. But I don't know. Not used to it or no. Well, that's good. Good twist.
I don't know. I get it. I guess the question becomes when you have a group of 5 team that is worthy, then it becomes intriguing. Then it's all right, now they're going to get their shot. But when you're just kind of throwing one of these teams in there this year, it's not particularly interesting for whoever is the number 5 seed to get a chance to play him, because you can still make the case that the 5 seed. Do you remember who the 5 seed was last year? This is one of the digs on this.
I think it was a team that finished just out of the top 4.
That's correct.
Boise State?
Nope.
Oh, it was it Penn State?
That's correct.
Right, and they got to play Boise State and SMU.
So one of the thought processes was, before they even got that seed, that the best seed to be, including 1, 2, 3, and 4 that get a bye, would be 5, because 1, Ohio State would be playing, Ohio State or Tennessee would be playing Oregon. Here's Oregon, has one of the greatest regular seasons in recent memory, and their 2024 is forgotten because they had to play Ohio State in the second round, while Penn State was enjoying Boise State in the second round by being the 5th seed. and losing to Oregon in the Big Ten championship. You can make a case that it would have behooved Dan Lanning to lose that game. You know, I mean, it's asinine, but it was what? It was Penn State and SMU, and then Penn State and Boise State.
Yep.
So minus Tennessee and Ohio State last year, and I guess you could say I was excited for Notre Dame, Indiana. I don't know. I don't think Indiana was last year what they are this year, and so that wasn't much of a game. And then you had Clemson and Texas. The first round games weren't as attractive as they could be, which then called into the playoff modeling with the conference champions getting 1 through 4. So now they've gotten rid of that. But if you're going to have, whether it be North Texas, South Florida, whomever that's in that 12 spot, the 5 seed gets to play them, and then they get to play the 4. And it won't be Boise State this year, a team of that ilk, but it's still better than having to deal with whoever number 1 would be. Ohio State, I guess, is as things are currently tracking. Ohio State only really having to deal with Michigan between now and if Ohio State, I guess, loses to Indiana. It's Ohio State or Indiana.
Well, you don't want the door to close on your chances, and if it does, you call Schaefer door because that's what they do.
Such a good weave, Martin. It's such a good weave.
Wow. Garage doors goes up and garage doors go down, and Schaefer door can get them going in either direction, whatever direction might be a problem for you. Say it's Monday morning and you're trying to get out of the garage, but the garage door won't go up. It's kind of like not getting in the playoffs. But what you do is you call Schaefer door because they have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They'll get right out there, lickety-split, and they'll get you taken care of. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. If you don't have one, you ought to get one. Schaefer door can install that, but they're not going to come out there and try to sell you something you don't need. Their service techs are not commission-based, so that's not how they do it. They just want to make sure that your garage door is working and that you know if you should have a problem, Schaefer door is a company to get in touch with. I'm going to spell the name now in case you don't know what I'm saying. Schaefer, S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R, and their website is schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text at this number, 636-782-3608. The business has multiple family members that work there. They're big enough to get any kind of job done at all, small enough that you talk with an actual person when you call them with any kind of a problem. And if you have those big, giant warehouse doors, yes, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. That's schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There's a gentleman in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and we debate whether or not he's playing a character or not, and that's Lex Luthor. And he talks about the NBA throughout the 4 hours of the show, and we're grateful for him being in the YouTube chat for 4 hours talking NBA. And now he is also texting into the program, and he says, talk NBA since America is a basketball-first nation. Why haven't you mentioned the news that Nico Harrison is being fired? It's a bigger story than anything that's happening in St. Louis.
We had that on the update.
Mm-hmm.
Would Fenton Bar and Grill turn the Celtics and 76ers game on instead of hockey?
I don't know about that. Probably not. If it was the Blues, no.
America is a basketball nation. Talk more NBA and less NHL. And then I guess this is when the Baldwin beer bitch called in, and he said, ask her if she needs help becoming a mom.
Oh.
So that's
gosh. I'm close to picking up the blocking.
Oh, no.
I'm going to go ahead and do it. Who was it? I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Have you ever blocked anybody in the YouTube chat, Doug?
Yeah, well, I will today. Who was it again, Tim?
Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor, you just got yourself suspended. Won't feel very good. It's designed not to. Lex Luthor, you are suspended a period of 2 days' time. And on top of that, there was a letter going into your file.
Yeah. So he's getting a letter in addition to the suspension? What about tariff?
I'm holding off on the tariff at the moment.
Like a varsity jacket. He's earned it. The last text says, be better, Martin.
Now, what do you got to be better at?
All caps. Be better, Martin. All caps. I think that's fair.
Keep that advice, or?
I think that's fair. Yeah. But I would like to share something in onboarding we worked on.
Oh, what do we got?
It's the follow-up flex. It's the opposite of a freezing cold take. It's where you go back and remind people how much we were on it. And I would like to point out, Jackson Burkett first announced the Brian Daboll firing maybe a year ago. And the New York Giants fired Brian Daboll yesterday, and I would like to say...
You should get credit for that.
Jackson Bennett Burkett had it first.
Maybe
you should get credit.
Maybe he coached a full calendar year after I said that, but he was a dead man walking. Everyone knew.
Yeah. I think once you announced it, it made him a little uneasy.
Did Schefter credit you?
On the word, no. Classic.
I mean, at least Heyman and those guys, they always had it first.
Yeah.
Had it first.
Not leaving out the little guy. Little scoops over here.
Great job, Jackson.
Nice job, Papers.
Who's getting fired next in the NFL? I mean, I'm like by next, I mean a year from now.
Play is shuffled around. Give me a moment to think.
Sure.
Because I
Give me
don't
a
really
year,
know a
right.
ton of NFL
Sure,
coaches'
just say
names.
Kevin Stefanski.
I was going to say
You know more
Stefanski.
NBA coaches or NFL coaches?
NBA.
I didn't hesitate.
For
You and
sure.
Lex Luthor. There are theories that you are Lex Luthor texting in.
No, not me. Not me.
How about Pete Carroll? He could be on the hot seat with a 2-7 Raiders bunch.
He might just walk away and say, forget
That'll do it.
Yeah.
They don't seem real happy with Mike McDaniel down in South Beach.
Big W against the Bills.
But the trick to my question is I need it to happen in about a year. So if it happens soon.
If I got a year, then Mike McDaniel. Then Mike McDaniel.
No, I think he's going to happen a lot sooner than that. So why don't you say like Kevin Stefanski, like just somebody?
Is he the coach of the Browns?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably a safe bet. But that's not as fun. It's got to be organic. I just felt I felt deep inside me that Dable was gone.
Yeah. Well, you were right.
I
You
nailed
deserve
it.
credit for
Yeah,
it.
well, another W for me.
Email in giving Jackson credit the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, and they are on the same street today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor the Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, you like OPP?
Oh, huge fan.
Oh, it's hot, man.
Who is it? What did you say?
Naughty by Nature?
Oh.
90, 91? I'll say 91 because I know it gets me 90 and 92, and I know it wasn't 89. There's my reasoning.
91.
It's fun to be this good.
And
but it's also a responsibility.
Mm-hmm. You don't let anyone down.
Right, exactly right. Doug, during the commercial break, and this is for Lex Luthor, even though he's been suspended, and I guess now he's in hiding because he's left both the YouTube chat and the text inbox. But he loves NBA talk and mad that we talk about hockey instead of the NBA. Some theories that Jackson is Lex Luthor. Jackson is denying that. Both Jackson and Chairman Kurt were commenting on the exquisite jawline of Shams Charania as he breaks down the Mavericks firing of Nico Harrison.
Doesn't that sound like what a couple of soy boys might do?
It's just.
I mean, have you ever one time in your life looked at a guy on TV and go, "Wow, what a wonderful jawline"? You don't say that. Come on.
I personally have not, but man, I was taught one thing at St. Louis University High School because everything else is handed to you, and that is don't kink shame.
They taught you that?
Was that freshman year?
Junior year.
Oh.
He's just an impressive jawline. I don't know what to say elsewhere.
Who says that about another gentleman?
People who have eyeballs? I don't know.
Have you ever looked at a woman and say, wow, she's attractive?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Right.
And who is your, if Shams Charania is number one right now for men, who is your number one for ladies?
Will always be Charlize.
Wow.
Always has been, always will be.
This guy likes a tall lady.
Numero uno for me.
How tall is she?
Probably 5'10".
Really?
Mm-hmm.
5'10's like a huge guy. Much less a lady.
Yeah. Yeah, Charlize will always be number one.
At this wedding Saturday, there had to be 5 or 6 guys who were every bit of 6'7" or 6'8". It looked like the Boston Celtics were at the wedding.
Really?
Enormously tall people.
What's the deal with that?
I don't know, just some of Greg's fraternity brothers.
Were they from
6'7", 6'8"?
Were they Missouri? So they were University of Missouri guys.
No, yeah, they weren't athletes. They were just tall guys.
Are they from Breeze, Illinois, or Clinton County?
I don't think so. No.
Why don't you go up and ask these guys where they're from and buy them a
Why
drink?
would I have done that?
Yeah, how much ski do you drink? That's the question.
That was just a lot of people said. This is the tallest wedding they'd ever been to. Everyone was tall.
The NBA is the worst sport in the world. It's as bad as listening to TMA in the morning. That's from the 618. Do we have a text of the day that we can give away?
He says while listening to TMA.
Trust me, it's put a lot of food on the table for the last couple decades.
No problem.
Does Tim need a kidney? Asking for a friend. That's from Jackson's boy body.
What a nice offer. A preemptive kidney transplant.
You want a third kidney just in case?
Like store
It'd
it?
be nice to have reserves. Wow, great story, Doug. Were they hot? That's from Brian Henshin, who's on his way back over to the United States after covering the Colts and Falcons bye week for Henshin. I wonder where he's
I didn't
vacationing.
notice that they were hot. I just noticed they were awfully tall.
Did Doug just say 6'7"? Thanks. That's from Ian LaPerriere.
6'7".
William's hands were shaking.
How many of these tall guys did you dance with at your son's wedding? That's from the unknown DJ.
None of them.
Probably hard to dance with a guy that tall.
I wouldn't know. I've never done such a thing.
I think
I'm
you
close
just
to kink shaming. I can sense it, and I just want to warn you.
I think you just submit into their embrace. I just let them take the wheel.
Okay, now it's gotten creepy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm kink shaming here, but I kind of agree with Doug.
It's fine. I'll be at my own
I just made it
here.
just a little casual observation.
You had to expect to see that coming.
Jackson, do you spend a lot of time in my neck of the woods with us tall folk? That's from the hills have thighs.
If he's talking about Clinton County, you can spend a fair amount of time out there.
Is that right? Just to see tall guys?
Not necessarily just to see tall guys. Some good golf courses out there. And family out there.
And it's known for its tall gentlemen?
If you play Modern Day or Breeze Central in basketball, all of them redwood trees. Just big fellas.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of from German descent, just very tall
Eastern
people.
Europeans?
Yeah, really tall, and they drink a lot of ski.
A lot of what now?
Ski. There's a bottling plant in Breeze.
Oh.
Describe that libation to me and my cohorts from South St. Louis.
It's an independent Mountain Dew.
Is that right?
Yeah, this is Mountain Dew. It's tasty.
Is it?
Frosty root beer.
Okay.
If you have a lot of Mountain Dew, you're going to want to get your teeth checked up.
Big time.
Go to 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100westdental.com. And you don't even need to make a phone call to get in. Just schedule online. Check the calendar online for availability at 100westdental.com and book right then and there. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer that you get $1,000 off Invisalign if you mention my name at 100westdental.com. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. That's 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, St. Louis, the countdown to Thanksgiving is on, and our friends over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken and Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill are teaming up with Coca-Cola to support Operation Food Served. Now, here's what you do. Now, through November 21st, you can drop off non-perishable food items at any Lee's or Hot Shots to help families in need right here in St. Louis. We all know we like to come together in St. Louis, a little community pride, and while this weather's a little tough, it's more important than ever to help out those who are less fortunate this holiday season by dropping off non-perishable food items to any Lee's or Hot Shots to help families in need. Donate and you'll get a free Coca-Cola beverage plus a chance to win gift cards and hockey tickets. So give back, feel good, and make a difference this Thanksgiving season with Lee's, Hot Shots, and Coca-Cola and helping out Operation Food Search here in St. Louis.
Is this Justify My Love from 1991? It sounds, doesn't it sound like Justify My Love?
It sure
92.
does. Boy,
It's Madonna.
does it ever.
God, I got to explain this to my kids, too.
A lot of explaining to
It's
do.
Erotica by Madonna.
Is that appropriate for a sports talk station with two married fathers hosting a presentation, passionate about our monogamy?
Very, yeah. Hello, I'm Tim. I'm passionate about monogamy. No, it's not appropriate.
Thank you.
That's why I played it on this show.
I don't know what this guy's doing anymore, but I don't like
Take
it.
that.
Well, you were Marty Monogamy.
Yeah, I still am.
Okay.
Generally speaking. Just like to my core.
Sure.
You can email in on monogamy the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. That is coming up here in about, I would say 10 minutes. And a big announcement. Hubbard Radio Corporate Council has approved the Seth Goldcamp Design Air Heating and Cooling HVAC $10,000 system and installation prize. And got a chance to talk with Seth yesterday, celebrating a birthday, the great Seth Goldcamp. And he said he would prefer to have it for the entire month of January as opposed to starting it up now, midway through November. And so starting in January, it looks like we're going to do January 5th through the 28th is what I'm seeing.
5th being that Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will have a showdown unlike any other. Do you think we move the Design Air Heating and Cooling email at 9:45?
I think it's probably the move. I think we do it at 9:45. We all submit a ballot. And then, yeah, I'm just getting so emotional talking about this unit. And then at 10:55, we're running up against the clock a little bit. That's when we would read the winners. That's where we read the winner, I should say. S was unnecessary. Read the winner of the ballot.
So we read the emails, and then we announce the winner at 10:55. I
think that's the move.
How about this effing guy? I think that's brilliant.
I think that's the move. That way people, if they're only listening at 10:55, would go back.
TSL.
Go back.
That's TSL, ho.
Okay.
That's TSL. Time
Yeah.
spent listening.
That is TSL, ho.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that would be the move that way, and we would get the right amount of voters. Because right now, with 4 voters, this is no good.
We're getting questions, Jackson, for you to answer on this. I still think the system will be too big for my trailer. Can I get a smaller system and pocket the rest? That's from Grimy from South County.
No.
Bourbon Bob is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, is there a cash alternative, perhaps a buyout? If so, I will need Brian Kelly's counsel to review it ahead of time.
No, you cannot liquidate the unit.
They already want to sell it?
Yeah, it is. You're gonna. I guess you could trade it with somebody else, but that's not my business.
Iggy has announced that he is happy with his potbelly stove.
That's all he has?
Radio. Well, I'm just reading in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And then the Hunter says, Jackie might be the smartest person I have ever listened to.
Yes. Hell yes. Good take.
And then with regard to Jackson being excited about all the tall guys at Greg Vaughn's wedding.
I wasn't excited. I was curious.
Hey, Jackson, I'm on the taller side. You likey. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Generally speaking, yes. I like that on my basketball players, and yeah, it's a physical trait that I find attractive.
Is there a policy here at Hubbard with regard to you dating our texters? Is that frowned upon? I don't know.
No, I don't.
You can.
Well, I don't know.
I looked into it. You're good.
Okay. So you and Eric in the Central West End can go get a Cosmopolitan this afternoon and update us on how it went.
What is a Cosmopolitan? Is that like a martini with cranberry juice?
I don't know.
That doesn't sound like my speed.
No.
Cosmopolitan.
You're a Scotchman. Single malt, not because it's trendy, but because it works.
Awful.
Vodka, Cointreau, cranberry juice, and lime. That doesn't sound bad.
What is it again?
Vodka, Cointreau, which is like a liqueur, cranberry juice, and lime.
Okay.
Very pink.
Monogamy sucks, but I have no energy to cheat. Thanks. That's Steve.
Text of the day.
We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in a matter of moments on the presentation. Remember, this is spring training. You want to be peaking on January 5th. It's going to be worth $10,000 $100,000 to somebody. Is there someone in the 101 audience, kind of like the guy I met at Faroe Field? Doug, I had this at the game on Saturday. The gentleman in front of me, it's father-son. They were father-son frat weekend at a well-known fraternity down there at the University of Missouri. And we were BSing, and they were complaining about Bobby Boots.
Yeah. I heard the name Bobby Boots out in the wild also. I looked over my shoulder. I was like, I know. I know where you listen.
And then I went into my SEC kicker spreadsheet.
Did you bring it out?
It's in my memory. Once you type all that in, it's in my memory. And they go, man, how do you know all that? And I said, well, it's kind of my job, although I don't think it really is. But in this case, I did it for my job.
You can rationalize it that way.
Absolutely. I have to justify it. And then the guy grabs me by my lapels. He goes, are you Tim McKernan?
Oh, really?
And he had been walking around Lot L looking for us tailgating because he had heard it's the Huntley
of tailgating.
Nice.
That's really good.
That's
He had a
exactly
text
right.
name, right? The Butter Hunter or something?
Butter squirrel? We have a butter squirrel.
No, I don't believe. No, but what he was saying, then we started talking more, and he goes, man, when you guys came over,
Right.
he goes, I didn't really get it, but you're all so effing weird.
It's true.
He goes, now I kind of get it. So maybe that's you, 101 listener, and we come over more than a year ago, and you're like, what the hell is this? 1 hour of those two nitwits doing balloon party was more than enough. And now you kind of get it. And now you're going, but I don't know if I'm ready to compete with Buck Swope for a $10,000 HVAC system. I don't know if I can play with Carlos Spicy Wiener. I don't know if I'm ready to get in the same game that Riot's dad plays. Well, maybe you're Ben Griffin. Maybe you're Ben Griffin. And maybe this is your time
it could be.
to be part of the United States Storied 2025 Ryder Cup team. Maybe this is your time, but you got to feel out how to get through Chairman Kurt's fortress in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today to get from the unfiltered inbox to the filtered inbox, and then you got to get read, and then you got to find out what gets votes.
Yeah.
And then by January 5th, you're peaking, and all of a sudden you're like, I'm in form. I can play against Buck Swope.
Really?
I can play against Riot's dad. I can play against Carlos Spicy Wiener. So this is spring training for this Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Month showdown for this $10,000 prize in January 2026. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It comes your way. Next, this is TMA 101 ESPN. Has your car's warranty expired, or is it about to expire? When cars break, it's always a surprise. Fixing cars is not something most people can do in their backyard anymore. Dealership labor rates average nearly $200 an hour. The average repair costs over $1,500, while major repairs can run $3,000 to $5,000. Well, we have an opportunity with a new TMA advertiser, and that advertiser is Atlas Vehicle Pro. With Atlas coverage, you simply hand over your ID card, not a blank check. Atlas is your roadmap to vehicle protection. And if you let them know that you're a TMA listener, you get $400 off your quote. That's right, $400 off your quote. Call 314-720-5990. That's 314-720-5990. And let them know you're a TMA listener to get $400 off your quote. You can learn more at atlasvehiclepro.com. That's atlasvehiclepro.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues game tonight right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Calgary Flames. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Silk Freak Me. Forget about it.
Oh,
all the
forget
mixtapes I handed out to the Coriezer girls with this. Forget about it.
Did that work? Just handing him a tape? That worked?
Have you seen the cover of this album for Silk? That is the best of Silk. It's just the 5 gentlemen standing in a hayfield, inexplicably, all in tan suits.
What else would they do?
It's very
odd.
odd.
Recorded all their music out there in the hayfield.
Thank you, Doug. Jackson's an ass.
The song rocks, though.
Does. Is this, you continue to play the horniest songs of the 90s? Is that what this is?
Horniest songs of the 90s. I feel like we covered a good base of them.
618 says, I wish this quote-unquote sports show actually talks sports that matter, like the Cardinals and the Blues. It's from 618.
Brody was in here and talked all kinds of sports for about 10 minutes. He covered about everything.
Yes, more than we have in the full year and a half that we've been on this station, or whatever the hell it's been. Jackson and I have been on here almost 4 years.
Yep. That's cool.
Guys, I played Peevely Farms this Saturday and hit Fenton Bar and Grill on my way home for the famous Wingy Wingy, and it absolutely changed my life. I will 100% drive 45 minutes for those wings again in the near future. That's from TMA's Vice President of Special Projects. And Doug, I would tell the TMA Vice President of Special Projects that today would be the day to do it. We have the TMA Trash Tuesdays at Fenton Bar and Grill. Go out there and see Chuck. At Fenton Bar and Grill, and let them know you're a TMA listener. $1 off every trashed item on the menu from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And Chuck texted me that they have a special pizza today, $10 all day for veterans. It's a hamburger and cheese pizza. It's cheeseburger pizza. And make sure that you let Chuck know and everybody at Fenton Bar and Grill know you are a TMA listener. Now we have a complaint, I guess, Chairman Kurt, with your filtering. Let's see what we got. That you play favorites with your filtering. Here it is. You guys play favorites on those emails. It's kind of obvious to hearing your voices, the inflections, etc. Tim loves Swope Buck, for instance.
Oh, Swope Buck. Sounds like somebody who's pinned an unfunny email a time or two.
When in doubt, shorten up the email. That will automatically get you a higher probability.
I just put one in last second, and it's going to take Tim 10 seconds to read, and it made it through.
How about that? Well, it's time now for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Oh, come January, I might just have a new furnace to warm up my one-room Ted Kaczynski replica shack. But sadly, I have no one to share it with. No one. That's from Midge.
Midge.
That's the whole Kaczynski thing, is having no one to share it with.
Everyone talks about how hot Tim is, but not enough people talk about how hot Doug is. Don't get me wrong, Tim is a smoke show, but Doug is an absolute hunk. Let's role play. Doug, paint your skin all green and dress like that Hulk, and I'll let you smash. Thanks. That's from my girl, Doug.
My girl, Doug. My girl, Doug. We get to vote in my book.
Is that rash on your inner thigh from your thighs rubbing whilst you waddle around Six Flags? Or are you allergic to the beef stew in this mustache? We shot up to A's to purchase an upgraded hydraulic pump for my brother-in-law's dad's new milking table that his colleagues gifted him. Is the existing one broke under the weight of a new forceful stroke he read about in Men's Health? From a young pansexual journalist named Zane. Zach Zane, Doug. Skim was his intent. My chest received 2%. Think about it, Doug. That's from T. Terry T.
I didn't like that.
Stop the fight.
T. Terry T.
You want to unpack that a little?
No.
Good morning, piggies. Hey, Doug, want to hear one of my favorite Halloween jokes I heard trick-or-treating?
Sure, yeah.
Why did anyone want to go trick-or-treating with Dracula? Because he's a pain in the neck. Ha lols.
Like it a lot.
And Jackson just saw one battle after another for the third time. I can't decide if it's a meditation on accountability and the weight of our past decisions, or more about the unfulfilled promises of protest and rebellion, examining what becomes of a movement deferred. Either way, chase infinity. Va 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 voom. Seth, take my wife. Thanks. That's from Big Tuft. Doug, I don't know what I'm reading
That was good
anymore.
stuff. You shouldn't. That was good.
That was good. You approve the email, even though Doug and I don't know what.
No.
He's asking the right questions.
He's not.
And Chase Infinity, va 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 voom.
She's tremendous.
And Seth, take my wife.
Yeah, I think it's climbing up my rankings right now.
Oh, I don't know.
In terms of the email,
Okay.
T-Terry, TT boy already set the tone though.
Hey, boys, I'm writing to formally redeem a long overdue prize pack I won back in April of 2019, back when Pete lost a station promo bet with Spready, and the show had to give away 2 tickets to see Puddle of Mud at the Family Arena with special guest MC Potter Varley. Instead of handing me that embarrassment, he tossed me a sit-in studio with the boys voucher, which I'd like to now cash in tomorrow morning. During my segment, which shouldn't take more than an hour or so, I'd like to lead an open forum on Cletus's social media output, which has now reached a pace that rivals North Korean state propaganda. We're talking 13, sometimes 14 posts a day, many featuring Steffi Graf in her junior years, others pulled directly from right-wing satire websites about Obamacare that he believes to be legitimate policy updates. We'll also cover the 22 daily Grateful Dead posts that receive less engagement than a River City Rascals ticket giveaway, the halfway house operation featuring his hand-picked house manager, The Flower, a roasted twink of a man who makes chicken and dumplings for the boys while his own wife researches Missouri divorce laws, and of course the Rotten Onion Chronicles, those haunting bowls of beige onions that sit bedside for when the sugarfoot or gout creeps up his girdle. Anyway, just jot down a few topics you'd like me to hit as well. I'll be there at 9. Bring coffee. That's from Vernon, former listener.
Vernon, former listener.
And finally, what a show today. Who needs competitive teams when you have the 30 minutes of ass?
Yeah.
With Baldwin Beer Bitch calling in to reference a Billikens radio broadcast that none of y'all listened to, before humble bragging that she's from Oak Forest, Illinois, where the public high school is known for its chlamydia. Up next, we have Larry Nickel taking a break from watching Bones reruns to break down the wrestling in Boston last night, where tickets were so expensive that it broke Doug's brain, causing him to declare Americans are morons. Quick time check. South Bend is an hour ahead of us. Nice show prep ass. 2 Fridays ago, we were told Design Air is giving away a $10,000 unit for November Email the Day winner, so we're going to have to figure out protocols. Last Monday, you continued to promote the contest despite not laying out any protocols, but shoot, we're going to fix that in the meeting that nobody from the show besides Libby Jack's attending. The next day it was announced the contest was on hold while the lawyers reviewed things. On Thursday, it was made clear that the email wins from Tuesday and Wednesday did not count in the standings. And on Friday, we were told the contest was back on. The email wins would count again in the standings. Now today, we're told it's on hold again until January, when there will be protocols. Now, how that will happen, we haven't yet worked out, but I do believe in it. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Press. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Boy.
All the emails are getting deleted.
I feel bad.
I lost them.
For Midge.
Can you undelete them, whoever deleted them?
Okay. I'll go for My Girl Doug. Like the name, like the sentiment. Just thought it was really kind of warm and folksy.
T-Terry, TT boy.
I concur.
The emails were deleted, so I don't know. So I will decline to vote because I don't have the emails in front of me. Congratulations to T-Terry, TT boy. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is a wonderful win. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari up next. Bye.